We learn to walk where others fell, through ice, through fire, through flame. The wind itself bends when we pass, the sea pulls back in on. For storm and steel are in our blood, the only law we saw. Our fathers carved their marks in wood, in stone, in enemy ground, not seeking peace, but seeking truth, where war and fate are bound. We carry more than axe and shield, we carry what they were. The weight of north, the iron code, the oath we will not blur. The thunder rolls across the sky, but it does not command. We answer only to the call that rises from the land. Each step we take is written deep in soil and broken bone. For storms may fade, but still remembers what was claimed and won. The clashy rock, a roaring tide, no mercy in the sound. We fight as waves against the cliff, until the cliff is ground. No space for doubt, no room for fear, no thought of turning back. The storm inside now guides our hand, our strike, our ruthless track. Blood steams upon the frozen air, the ground begins to shake. The sky is torn by steel and cry, by everything at stake. Yet in the chaos something pure burns steady, cold and clear. We are the storm that does not break, the steel that does not fear. If fate demands our final breath upon this shattered field, we give it standing, facing north, with weapons never sealed. But if we rise when silence comes and storms have torn apart, let earth remember steel and storm still beating in our heart. When the battle fades to quiet earth and blood grows dark and still, when ravens leave and wind returns to frozen stone and hill, there comes a moment thin as breath where time itself stands bare and asks what will remain of us once none of us are there. Strength is more than fury spent, it is commanded. If songs are sung, let them be slow, heavy with truth and weight, not painted bright with hollow pride, nor softened by debate. Let them speak a frozen resolve burn, the maps are ash. The past is sealed and gone. Ahead stands only victory, or standing until dawn. We crossed the line without a word, when retreat was still a choice. And in that step we left behind both mercy and its voice. Not born of madness, not of rage, but clarity so cold that even fear grew quiet then did as it was told. Flight of lines that can be bent, but we are sons of no retreat by will and covenant. When ground is lost, we claim it back with blood and broken breath. When hope grows thin, we sharpen it against the edge of death. Each man becomes a wall himself, each shield a final stand. No space behind, no second line, just earth and trembling hand. The pressure mounts, the world contracts, yet still we do not sway. For those who never plan to flee cannot be pushed away. If victory comes, it costs no counting tongue can tell. If defeat comes, it finds us still unbroken where we fell. But never once will history say our backs were turned in fear. For sons of no retreat stand fast or disappear. So teach the young not only how to strike or how to shield, but how to choose the moment when retreat is truly killed. For armies break and banners fall and kings forget their creed. But those who burn the road behind are dangerous indeed. Begins before the sun, before the world awakes. Our breath hangs heavy frozen ground beneath our boots remembers every step of those who walked this path before and promises it kept. No drum, no horn to guide the pace, just rhythm born of will. Each man in time with beating heart, deliberate and still. The cold cuts deep, the muscles burn, the weight begins to tell. But frozen roads were never meant for those who wished it well. The distance lies like endless sea across the white and gray. Yet Northmen learn that every march is one step by step, not day by day. We speak in glances, clenched jaws tight, no wasted breath or sound. For words are fragile in the cold, resolve is what is found. Slow, diminished by the frost. They do not know the winter tax was paid before the cost. We trained where pain became a tool, where suffering turned clear. The frozen march does not exhaust, it sharpens what is here. When at last the clash arrives, our legs are stone and fire, fought steady by the endless road, unbending, never tired. They meet us fresh with restless hearts, with hunger born of haste. We meet them carved by ice and time, precise, severe, and chaste. So sing not only of the fight, but of the road before, of frozen marches, silent vows of what endurance bore. For battles end, but marches shape the warriors who endure, and those who master frozen paths are deadly calm and sure. Bow to win or beg the storm for grace. It stands, it bends, it bears the weight, it holds its chosen blade. So too were we made flesh and bone beneath the northern sky, to stand when weaker spirits break, to face the reason why. Soft and thin, they promise life if still the truth to new ones now is kneeling every year. The ground is slid with fallen men, the line is torn and frayed. Yet still we rise, still lock our shields where lesser hearts would fade. For iron is not strength alone, it is resolve made real. The vow to stand, though standing hurts the will that will not kneel. Our rings light ringing steel against the edge of fate. Each breath the hammer striking, soul reshaping love and hate. The body aches, the vision swims, but something deeper stays. A core no blow can shatter now, no fire can erase. If we must fall, we fall upright with iron in our grip. No knees to earth, no lowered eyes, no cracking of the lip. For iron does not kneel in death, nor does it kneel in life. It meets the end as it was forged in pressure, heat and strife. Remember us not for victories tallied high and wide, but for the moment when we stood with nowhere left to hide. When iron spoke through flesh and bone and sealed our chosen seal. This was the law we lived and died. Iron does not kneel. The fire appears before the sound, a glow against the gray. A warning written in the sky that war is on its way. The horizon bleeds with burning light where villages once stood, and every man already knows what must be understood. We do not rush, we do not shout, we watch the flames arise. For haste is born of fear alone, and fear clouds warrior rise. The fire tells us what was lost, but also what remained. The reason steel was ever forged, the meaning carved in pain. We charged toward that distant glow, feels heavier than lead. For fire eats both foe and friend, the living and the dead. Yet still we march, for turning back would scorch the soul inside. Better to face the burning truth than live and slowly hide. The closer that we come, the more the air begins to shake. The heat of fate upon our skin, the choices we must make. Will we be ash upon the wind or iron in the flame? Will fire raise our fragile form or temper us by name? Clash erupts where embers fall and smoke devours sight. The world reduced to sparks and screams and shadows locked in fight. But fire does not scare the north, it sharpens frozen will. We strike as sparks against the dark, relentless, cold and still. When dawn arrives and smoke grows thin, the flames at last subside. We stand among the blackened ground where truth no longer hides. For fire shows what must be burned and what the world will keep. And those who walked into its heart do not forget nor sleep. Final oath is never loud, it does not need to be. It forms when all else falls away and truth stands bare and free. No witness but the frozen air, no promise made for sure. Just steal, just breathe, just one last line. You swear you will not go. It comes when hope is razor thin and losses fill the ground. When brothers lie in broken stillness, silent without sound, the last oath binds what fear cannot, what pain could never break. It says I stand no matter cost, no matter what I take. The enemy advances slow, convinced the end is near. They see the blood, the scattered line, but miss the deeper fear. For one who swears the final oath has nothing left to lose, and those with nothing left to lose are dangerous to choose. those who still are there. They pick it up without a word, they carry it ahead. For oaths outlive the living flesh and walk among the dead. So sing not just of victories and banners raised on high, but of the last oath whispered low when all the brave must die. For nations fall and gods grow old, but oaths endure and bind. The strongest steel the North has known is forged within the mind. Bloodline forged in fire and frost beneath the ruthless sky. It carries names we never knew, yet feel in every bone. A whisper from the ancient dead, you do not stand alone. They stood where we are standing now, on fields both lost and won. They faced the blade, the cold, the dark, the rising and the sun. Their choices echo through our steps, their courage through our hands. The blood remembers what they were, what fate still demands. When fear arrives like sudden frost and grips the tightening chest, the ancients rise within our breath and put the soul to test. They do not shout, they do not plead, they steady, firm and slow. They say we live now, stand now, stand now, show what you must show. The clash begins and something old awakens in the eyes. A quiet fury, focused sharp, untouched by fear of dice. The blade moves true, the shield holds fast, the body knows its role. For blood of ancient guides the flesh and anchors wandering soul. We are not born from single lives, but countless before this. Each scar we take connects us back through loss and bitter bliss. We carry more than present breath into the sound. We carry all who fell before upon this killing ground. So if we fall where others fell, we join the endless chain. And if we stand where others stood, their strength was not in vain. For blood of ancients never fades. It shifts, it waits, it calls until new warriors rise again. When old world breaks and falls. Before the hands first shaped the drum, before the horn was blown, the earth itself began the beat, a rhythm all its own. It pulses under frozen soil, beneath the roots and stone. A call that speaks in older tongue, to blood and brittle bone. We feel it long before the fight, of pressure in the chest, as if the ground remembers us and puts us to the test. The drum beneath the earth grows loud when steel is drawn and raised. It knows the names of those who stand and those who fade erased. Each step we take in battle, time aligns with ancient sound. The heartbeat of the northern land that circles all around. It guides the arm, it steadies breath, it sharpens fading sight, and pulls the warrior forward through the longest, darkest fight. When chaos roars and senses blur, when screams replace the sky, the drum remains unbroken, still a truth we can rely. No command shouted, no bright sign, no banner in the air, just rhythm older than the gods demanding we be there. The enemy fights with eyes and rage, with noise and breaking will. We fight with something far below, relentless, calm and still. The drum beneath the earth does not rush, does not retreat. It beats until the field is done, until the end is meet. Rest where fury once had breath. The drum slows down, content once more with life and chosen death. It fades into the soil again, awaiting future days. For war will come as long as earth remembers ancient ways. We move like shadows through a land where frozen rivers lie. No banners raised, no wasted sound beneath the watchful sky. The wolf does not announce his step, nor beg the world for space. He takes the road the cold has carved and meets fate face to face. Our pack is bound by more than words, by hunger and by trust. Each scar a mark of loyalty, each oath still deep in dust. We hunt not gold, not empty praise, but moments carved in time, where courage stands against the dark, where souls and steel align. Strength by sight, but they have never heard our breath beneath the pale moonlight. They do not know the patience born of endless winter nights, nor how we strike as one sharp thought when finally comes the fight. Breaks like snapping knives, sudden, fierce and clean. No chaos wild, but focus, force precise and unforgiving. The wolves do not howl during kill, they work, they tear, they end, and leave behind a lesson carved no victory can mend. When of golden halls and heroes carved in flame, but also sing of silent paths where wolves forget their name. For not all war is thunderborn, not all is bright and loud. Some victories walk home at dawn, unseen, unbowed, unbowed. The frozen wind is calling us from mountains old and high, where iron hearts were forged in storms beneath the northern sky. We rise before the battle drum with fire in our veins, for honor carved in ancient stone still flows inside our name. Steel against the silence breaks, the world begins to shake. Each step we take on sacred ground, no fear we ever take. The ravens watch from ashen clouds, the gods are standing near. Our voices roll like thunder now, the final hour is here. Through forests dark and valleys cold, our banners cut the air. The weight of fate upon our backs, but none of us despair. We march as one, as brothers sworn, by blood and broken shields. The land itself remembers us, the strength that never yields. Hear the drums of distant war, they echo through the bone. We fight not just for victory, but for the songs of home, for fires burning long ago, for names that still remain. We carve them deep in enemy soil, in snow, in dust, in rain. The clash begins, the sky turns black, the ground beneath us cries. Axes sing their ancient songs beneath the watching skies. Each breath a vow, each strike a prayer. No step is taken back. We are the storm, the iron wave, the ever-rising pack. If we should fall, we fall as kings, with steel still in our hand. Our spirits run to halls of gold beyond the mortal land. But if silence comes and enemies lie low, the North will sing our names again wherever cold winds blow. So raise your voice, ignite the flame, let history awake. The call of North is in our blood, the call we never break. Before the dawn breaks cold and pale, we sharpen blades, we tell no tale, for silence holds the weight of fate as war drums beat. We cannot bites deep into our skin, yet deeper still the fire within. Our breath like smoke from dragon's maw. We kneel to none, no man, no law. Death or chance. The sun rises red with omen clear. It sees no mercy, feels no fear. It lights the field where brothers stand, prepare to die for God's and land. lamps are burning high, a mirror forged of blood and ice. Long ships wait like hungry beasts, their dragon heads in silent peace. Soon they'll scream across the wave, carrying the boat or prey. The tide remembers fallen king, their rusted crowns and broken rings. Yet still we sail where they once went, with broken prayers and fierce intent. The salt wind cuts across our face, reminding us of time and place. This world is cruel, the gods are too, but still we rise, still we pursue. Strike rhythm deep and slow, like beating hearts they pull and go. Each stroke a promise sworn in pain, to conquer shore or die unnamed. The iron fjord sings back our cry, a northern hymn beneath the sky. It knows our rage, it knows our cost, of all we've gained, of all we've lost. Ships are torn, another saga will be born, and fjords will whisper through the years of iron men who knew no fear. Deep in the jet before the mine, the war drums beat to humankind, a primal sound, a beating core, calling us to something more. They do not ask, they only tell that this is where our spirits dwell, in thundered skin and pounding breath. Each strike pulls fear from hardened hearts, turns scattered men to moving parts. One body now, one roaring sound as war drums wake the frozen ground. The enemy may stand in rows with banners high and polished bows, but drums don't lie and drums don't bend. They promise blood and promise end. The tempo burn, the point of no return. No thought remains, no doubt survive. Only instinct, only drive. We charge as one, no backward glance. Caught in the drum, brutal trance. Time dissolves in shattered air. All that is now, right here. When drums fall silent, war is done. Drums tone. Sky is low, the line is drawn in white. We lock our shields against the dark and wait the coming fight. No ground is given easily when winter claims the field. Each step is bought with iron will. The enemy sees only coldness, takes it for our cage. They do not know how winter sharpens focus, calms the rage. Our breath is slow, our hands are sure, our eyes are clear and wide. We let the storm decide. Night descends and bodies rest beneath the falling white. The shields remain still standing straight, remembering the fight. For snow will melt and time will pass, but this is what is known. We held, we did not yield. Gentle days are sheltered warm in fire, but born where ice and flame collide and temper all desire. Flames hot force together forged the way that carried us to war and day. Each scar a lesson paid in full, each loss a shaping head. We learn to read the signs of fate carved deep into the land. No single elemental could make the North I forged to rise again. Step we carved in frozen land. It carries names we dare to keep with sword and steady hand. No grave is truly silent here, no soul is ever gone. The North does not forget the ones who carried on. We stood where others turned away, where fear had sealed the road, and learned that weight becomes our strength when honor is the load. The past walks with us breath by breath, in shadow and in light, a guide through every coming. When steel is drawn and voices rise against the breaking sky, the North listens, measuring the truth behind the cry. Not volume earns remembrance here, but resolve held fast and still. The quiet strength that bends the will. If bodies fall and banners burn and snow erases ground, the North will hold what mattered most when none remain around. For memory is sharper than the keenest blade we knew, and it cuts only straight and true. The sea lies dark beyond our sight, the oars are lifted slow. We feel the pull of distant halls where golden fires glow. But not today, not yet, we stand where breath and battle meet, still bound to earth beneath our feet. Until then we hold the line and claim our chosen place. We do not this night calls our final name, we answer without fear. For every step before this hour has carved our meaning clear. And if we live to see the sun break through the smoke and pain, we lift our blade again. Beyond the last short songs are sung of those who did not bend, who knew when to begin the fight and when the fight must end. Until that time we breathe, we stand, we strike when truth is short. Our voices echo cold and pure. Stand still while ages pass and kingdoms turn to dust. They watch the proud, they watch the brave, they watch betrayal rust. Begging to be known, but asking stone to bear what flesh cannot alone. The runes are cut with blood and will, with memory and breath. its breath tonight. The snow absorbs the sound. We feel the movement in the dark where watchful eyes are found. No horn is blown, no banner raised, no challenge breaks the air. The wolves are near and so are we, unseen, prepare. We learn from shadow and from cold, from hunger and from time, that patience is the sharpest blade when strikes must be precise. The enemy hears only when mistakes it for their shield. They do not know the north has teeth that never squeal. The first strike falls like winter's bite, sudden and complete. No wasted motion, no regret, just purpose in the beat. We close the circle slow and sure until the night gives way to silencer, to breathe, to gray. When dawn arrives it finds the field already claimed. The wolves move on their work unnamed. For victory does not always roar or seek the light. Some wars are won entirely by night. Remember, not just heroes loud with glory on their lips, but those who vanished into trees and came back with eclipse. The wolves are near when silence grows too sharp to ignore, and where they walk, the north keeps score. Stormi fæddir í stríði, fallir aðeins skref, ekki endi. Þeir sem standa of lengi brenna, þeir sem falla snemma lifa í sorgum. Vér göngum hring lífsins með opnum augum, enginn óttast það sem satt. Fer sig úr tímabundin hverf
händer vil han bærer navnið lengra Rísum fellum endum steins og hafa aldrei stöðugt aldrei þögult Svo lengi sem norður andar yfir rödd vor í stormi og söng Sporum vorum Himinn andar þungt Eitthvað gamalt bregst Vita hvað kem
halda norðurs kann ei ótta, aðeins minningar af því sem liði og dó. Úti skuggi hugsunar, ekki svært þegar hönd stöðu þagnar hann. Við mætum dómnum standandi, ekki kjúpandi. Líf stund, heiður eilífur. Hver andar dráttur gjöf, hverug svar. Enginn flýr það sem skrifað.
Slær hægt en fast, eins og fjall sem bíður.
Þegar úti kemur loks hann sein, því verk þegar gerð og saga skrifuð. Engi óti í norður hjarta, aðeins leið fram í storm og minni. Skorinn í vopn og sál, hver lína loforð, hver beygja röð. Eldur reinsar lígar, skilur sannleik, það sem brennur ei satt. Sem brennur og lifir samt. Sloknar rúnir lifa, rista leið í myrkri. Eldur og rúnir, faðir og móðir stríðs, móta þá sem standa. Skælveggur andar sendur lifandi múhögrenna af honum eins og reyn. Brjóst við brjóst andlit höfð enginn sem havalda stöðu viljar festing hór og fannlug. Bjandur sér aðeins vegg ekki, menn því einstaklingur deyr en veggur lífi. Þrýstingi finnur hýgur frí, ótti losnar verkendur ekki hugsun. Reiðiskjaldveggjar köld, markviss ekki brál sem í fellur loks heimur breytur því hann gekk fram og lét ei undan. er sá minnir oss á líf. Biður hafið leyfi, enginn skipar því. Gefum því blóm og fáum leið. Sannur boða í djaran, hver ferð gróðir sá. Standast katt hafsins verða minnin. Hinir hverfa í hafið kreft rausta og fær fá æti því norður fæðu. Þá þvora í frosti mótu bæinn vor, í stormi alinn kuldi kenndir styr, ekki veikleika. Hjarta harðnar sem jörgul, eldur brennur undir ís óséður. Við lærðum á snjó þolinmæði af fjalli. Höggvort eru fá en endanleg. Sár frjósa í vindi, sár sáki þagnar, hugur vex þegar holgefur eftir. Engin mýkt í norðri, engin undanlátssemi, aðeins leiðin fram eða fall. Þegar eldur mætir í sig verður sprenging, heimur minnist þeirra sem þoldu. Vætir í sig, förum í eldi, nám vort lífi í andardrætti norður.
svartir dómar. Hit af þeir hvar menn fáa, áðurinn stöð. Þegar heimar brenna og söngur lífa, í vængjarslætti.
Gripur skaftið fast, viljir rennur í stáli, slagurur söngur og röstar kór. Axel svara í spurningum þær lúka. Í engulreið finnur ver frið, í ljóði stað. Hör tær, í höggi. Engi ótti heldur hönd, engin vafi. Axel veit leið sína betur en Axir þagna loks og mól tekur blóð. Syngri gjör söguna aftur og aftur. Slá í brjósti heims, kalla fallna fram. Valhöll opnar jöldadyr fyrir rástamenn. Hjartslátur verður taktur, fótatak verður söngur. Stríð helgi síðir, ekki glundróðir. Styrkir í undir skildi. Kljótrom manna brjóta óta, hugur verður stál. Hver sláttur dómur frá góður. Engi þagnar meðan tromma talar, þögn dáði. Líf jóði í brjósti.
Þegar svíðasti slátur deyr verður heiminn annar. Trommur valhallar slá í fyrir árás og fer aftur. Augun spegla mána kalda. Hungur rólegt, við veiðum ei af grimmd, heldur skildur. Þegar við knýrum svara fjörð, jörð beygir sig. Úlfarnir spyrja í leyfis þeir taka. Stálblikar sem tenn, engin hreyfing spild. Orsta endar áður en hún byrjar að vilja vorum. Láti brá, biðja Guði þaglnum þegar nótt hvít. Því úlfarnir ganga undir stjörnum og eiga jafarinn. Við dögun hverfum verð sem snjór, verðugt forðfull gerð. Landið mann hvar við gengum og ótta sól. Þá leið hann stoltur. Ekki stríðandi. Skyldi þinn þindarlaga, ekki trey heldur heiður, högg fyrir daga lífa enn í rimmum jáns, ringir ján syngja minningar, leður bindur líð og sál, hver skildir ber fallna eið og dauða dróma. Örvar falla sem vetrar regnver stundum kýr, ótti deyr bak við vegg vilja okkar. Dansar á brún skilda, nótur var undan hjóma, hver brjóst brennandi sól í skugga sem ein veggur, lifandi stormur úr holdi, verkfórn móta surgur, ekki orð. Láti fjandur brotna sem í skeggen logandi röðum, skildir eldshópa í þeir endur skapa örlur, þegar aska fellur og tíma og nöf gleymast mörnum, munn eldur skildan að lifa í minni heim. salti, styrkrir leið vor, seldrukkinn á stormur, beinmótuð af ís. Hvers ár saga sögð, á skinni rituð. Sólri föll yfir brynju, hungur brennur í augum. Ekki gull heldur örlög, kallar oss fram. Fótatak sem jöklar brotna, jörð hlustar og þagnar. Þar sem norður gengur fram, hörvar heimar. Ver veumsteig er jót, heimur gefur eftir spór. Heit voru sverðum bundin, aldrei rofin. Þögn fyrir ópstríðs, vindur heldur niði andadrætti. Því stormur veit sjálfur, hvenær hann fellur. Blóðvindanna rennur áfram, fyrst og síðast manna. Þegar sögur verða sagðar, verður skuggi vor fremst. Standa þauandi við eldinn, örleg vaka yfir ró. Skildir sofa ei myrkri, ertur hjarta slær sem tromma. Eldri blóð í brjósti styrkur, áðirur orris úr þönn. Eðar, handan skís, Villi sorg gnýr í fjarska. Engi bíður miskunn einungis heiður og orð. Sverveit leið sonna sjálf þegar dómur rennur. Rafnar snúast yfir höfum, vita þeir hvar falmun liggja. Vænir rita sörgunætur á himmins blaði. Láti skildir mætast har, láti axir syngja hátt. Jafnvel dauði stígur til hliðar fyrir norður blóði. Við stöndum fastir í stormi fyrir dögun og fyrir endi. Söngur norðurs mun lifa lengru en hólfvort sjá. Snjór bráðnar, lífir norður enn í minni og vilja. Heimar rísa og falla en norður helst, því hann ekki heldur hjarta. Við berum norður í brjósti þegar við göngum hvers spór er heimkoma. Engi eldur brennir norður, hann er missir skugga, sá sem stendur farinn á. Í skugga góða göngum við ekki sem þjóna, heldur sem jafningja í örlögum. Fyrir augum vorum aldur ensari, heimur virðist skýr en logar innan. Við sjáum ekki Við eldljós, andlit verða stein, hjarta mikið stein, heldur skyrpis. Eldring kennir oss að sem brennur lifir ský. Þegar stál mætir stáli, minnumst við elds, hann leiðir í rétta stund. Slokknari, þó nóttin falli, hann lifir í þeim sem ganga frá. vitum hvað bíður og göngum saman, því heiður þyngri en líf. Hvers vor kveðja síðasta örarkljó og heimur
This is Hot Dog's family home. Let's take a look inside.
aftur Sumir falla aðrir standa en allir ganga sömu
Now we've got
síðasta gangan endar hún breytir aðeins úr spor í mór í sveim
The atmosphere here feels off. Everybody around just seems so uneasy. Anyway,
Yeah,
ringja
at all, there's a legend, and then
lágt og djúpt eins og rödd jarðar
man, am I
Hver skildir hver andlið
if you want.
ekkert eins en saman verða þau Við sláum þá saman ekki í reiði heldur samstöðu og trú Ljóðið fer í brjóst og styrkir bein
Yeah?
Óti
all this stuff?
hörvar vika Fjandur eyrir kalli og veit að hér stendur vilji skildir tala áfram meðan menn þarna þeir halda línu
was way too high.
Hvað skjáldanna þeir ei þó högljúmi
Some of the locals,
það lifir í þeim sem stóðu
Hey, actually, after they, please keep.
keep looking. See if there are other clues. No question now. Klein was behind it all. What a monster.
Skref alla mjúk í myrkri, listar hver hreyfing allt án raða. Myrkur ekki í óvinnu, heldur skikja það hyllir viljan og styrkin. Við tölum en skiljum allt ámne tungumál víkinga. Andlit hverfa, andlir stendur í skugga fæðu ákvörðun.
Someone's crying for help nearby.
Við eldjós andlit verða stein, hjarta mikið stein, heldur skyrpist. Eldring kennir oss að eyða vatn. vaknar þó nóttin falli, hann lifir í þeim sem ganga.
Slayer. Klein's dead. We've got to stop him before he merges with the beast.
Shadow marks where fate is bound. Still is raised, no fear remains. Only fire runs in warrior veins. The wind remembers ancient names of kings who died for endless fame. Their voices rise the northern storm, a battle hymn in ice
They should be on time
and
to
fall. We mark where once walked in flame, where honor is the only name. No mercy asked, no mercy shown. We stand as one, the storm our throne. Drums echo through the fjord and stone. Each heartbeat strikes like war horns blow. The earth itself begins to shake as destiny is ours to take. So hear the cry, the final call. We rise together or we fall. When raven screams, Deep in the chair before the mind, the war drums beat to humankind. A primal sound, a beating chord, calling us to something more. They do not ask, they only tell that this is where our spirits dwell, in thundered skin and pounding breath, in that thin line between life and death. Each strike pulls fear from hardened hearts, turns scattered men to moving parts. One body now, one roaring sound, as war drums wake the frozen ground. The enemy may stand in rows with banners high and polished bows, but drums don't lie and drums don't bend. They promise blood and promise end. The rhythm climbs, the tempo burns, the point of no return. No thought remains, no doubt survives, only instinct, only drive. We charge as one, no backward glance, caught in the drum, brutal trance. Time dissolves in shattered air. All that is now right here. When drums fall silent, war is done. The field belongs to who has won, but echoes linger in the bone of those who heard the war drums tone. Snow falls quiet, soft and white, before the world explodes in fight. A fragile piece, a frozen breath, moments before the scream of death. Axes gleam in pale moonlight, cold steel thirsty for the fight. Each blade remembers ancient blows and hungers for what fate now owes. The first strike shatters silent air, no turning back, no whispered prayer. The snow is torn by blood and roar as bodies fall and rise once more.
slip, we fall, we stand again. Pain is just a passing friend. The cold numbs wounds but sharpens rage. This frozen field becomes our stake. Shields are cracked, yet still we swing. Axes singing everything. Each arc a vow, each strike a cry. To live as wolves or proudly die. The snow is red where we have been. A painted truth, brutal, clean. No footprints left, just broken men. And echoes of the fight within. When silence falls and breath is steam, the field looks nothing like a dream. But history now knows the name of axes in the snow and flame. And flame. And flow. We are born where daylight dies, under steel gray northern skies. The cold teaches what words cannot, to endure or be forgot. How much is slow, relentless, sure. Each step a test we must endure. No soft ground waits for northern men. Only stone and ice, and then drums echo off the mountain spine. Marking time with fate's design. Each beat a promise carved in sound. We move as one across this ground. The enemy hears us long before. Our boots like thunder more and more. Not running wild, not rushed or fast, but steady as the storms long past. fire beneath the snow, a burning will they'll never know. For northborn hearts are shaped by pain and sharpened by the endless rain. No songs of mercy led our way, no hope of peace at break of day. Only honor raw and clear, to stand, to fight, to face our fear. So hear the march, the heavy sound of northborn souls on sacred ground. When earth itself begins to shake, the north has come and will not break. No quill can tell what war demands, no poet feels it in his hand. The truth is carved in screaming steel, in shattered bone, in wounds that heal. We do not fight for gentle song, but for a place where we belong, where names endure beyond the grave, earned by the brave, or never saved. Each star a line in living lore, each fallen friend a chapter more. The saga grows with every blow, where the rivers flow. Each star a line in living lore, each fallen friend a chapter more. The saga grows with every blow, written where the rivers flow. Blood writes the saga, dark and real, across the field, across the shield. No life survived this brutal test, only those who stood their best. The gods look down with silent eye, they do not mourn, they do not lie. They count the ones who dare to stand and weigh their hearts with iron hand. If we are judged, then let it be by how we fought, how fiercely free, not how we begged or tried to flee, but how we faced eternity. So let the pain
pages soaking red. Let truth be spoken by the dead. For when the final song is sung, blood wrote the saga, battle won. Between the cliffs and roaring sea, we carve our fate violently. The fjord reflects our burning eye, a mirror forged of blood and ice. Long ships wait like hungry beasts, the dragon heads in silent peace. Soon they'll scream across the wave, carrying the bold or brave. The tide remembers fallen king, their rusted crowns and broken rings. Yet still we sail where they once went, with broken prayers and fierce intent. The salt wind cuts across our face, reminding us of time and place. This world is cruel, the gods are too, but still we rise, still we pursue. Strike rhythm deep and slow, like beating hearts they pull and go. Each stroke a promise sworn in pain, to conquer shore or die unnamed. The iron fjord sings back our cry, a northern hymn beneath the sky. It knows our rage, it knows our cost, of all we've gained, of all we've lost. Ships are torn, another saga will be born. and fjords will whisper through the years of Iron Man who knew no fear. Stone to stone and shield to shield, we lock the line, refuse to yield. Our oath is forged in sweat and pain, a vow no coward could sustain. Each man a wall, each breath a vow, to stand together here and now. The ground remembers ancient feet that held this line in grim defeat. Strike sparks against our rim, yet still we sing our battle hymn, a song of iron, blood and bone, of homes left far, of debts unpaid. The enemy roars like wounded beasts, but hunger sharpens us at least, for the edge of loss and paid our dues to frozen gods. When one man falls, another death or chance. The sun rises red with omen clear. It sees no mercy, feels no fear. It lights the field where brothers stand, prepare to die for God's and land. Axes rise as one loud cry, shakes the clouds and splits the sky. This is where our saga starts, written deep in broken hearts. Still before the dawn is sworn, by blood, by breath, by battle won. When night is gone and war is drawn, we are the strong, still before dawn. Beneath the white and starless sky, we spoke our oaths without a sound. No witness but the endless dark, no judge but frozen ground. An oath is not a shouted thing, no written deep in brittle stone. It lives within the breathing chest where truth and will are grown. We swore not victory, holy when to the end, holy when to the end, unbroken to the end. The sky above heard every word, the stars bore witness cold and far. They know the weight of promises, they know how fragile we are. When doubt crept close like creeping frost, became our guiding flame, a steady pull through darkest hours, a quiet burning. Stand or die.
bind our souls to blade and shield. No whispered doubt, no broken vow, only truth, the north reveals. Remembers every name of those who stood and never fled. Their voices ride the winter wind. Their streams walk somewhere they once tread. Are still beneath the stars, not for glory, not for crown, but for the promise carved in gold, that none but us will power. Picture on the skin, each wound a lesson, freed in pain, yet still we stand unbroken, still like mountains laughing at the rain. Enemy may block the path, may curse our cards and mark our ways, but iron answers as we lie, and fire our blaze their fleeting. When shields collide and echoes ring, our roads become the sound of war, not scream in rage, but song in calm, our truth too ancient to ignore. And when the final silence comes, let earth and sky remember this. We live by iron, oath, and fire. Died as we had lived. Fire runs deeper than our blood. It fuels the breath, it's sharp inside. A living flame the cold can't kill.
constant spark in endless night. We learned his voice beside the ford, where iron bends and sweat falls down, where strength is earned through burning air, not gifted by some borrowed crown. Patience first, then fury held in perfect control. It shows how steel must break and bend before it can become a soul. In battles roar that fire wakes, not wild, not blind, but clear and true. A guiding blaze within the storm that shows us what we're born to do. No frozen fear can touch our core. No shadow reach what burns so deep. For fire remembers why we fight, and fire refuses sleep. When others fade beneath the strain, we feel the heat and push once more. Our veins ignite, our spirits rise like flames that lick the forge or door. And when the embers finally rest and night grows quiet, calm and still, the fire lives in legend's breath, the proof of unconquered will. From salted waves we carved our names with oars and will and burn in sight. The sea itself obeys our call and bows before our longship's might. The wind sings old familiar hymns of journeys lost and battles won. We chase the edge of every world where fate and courage meet as one.
dares our path, only sharpens tooth and sail. When thunder breaks above the mast, we answer back with fearless cries. The storm may roar, the sea may rise, but never once do we deny. We sail not for gold alone, but for the echo of our song, to live as waves and fall as fire, and prove where we have all belonged. So hear us, world of land and stone. The sea has forged us fierce and free. We are the sons of northern storms, the blood of waves, the soul of sea. Our shields are raised, a living wall, wood and iron bound as one. They bear the marks of countless blows, and yet their duty's never done. Each shield reflects 1,000 hands that carved and carried it through pain. A circle not of hiding fear, but standing firm through storm and rain. We lock them tight, shoulder to shoulder, a mountain line. The world must face, no force breaks through. United hearts, no storm erodes this steady place. The sound they make when struck by steel is deeper than a simple clash. It's the voice of vows kept strong, a thunder no fear can crash. Behind the shields our breathing slows, not calm from peace but from control. The moment held before release, where body follows iron soul. When at last the line moves forward, the mountain walks, the ground gives way. For shields like ours were never made to stand still and pray. Remember this, you distant lands who hear our story carried far. The North did not advance in rage, but like mountains move into war.
speaks loud, but silence speaks deeper. In the space between breath and strike, where the mind stands clear and ready, balanced on the edge of might, we learn the value of quiet moments before the clash, before the cry. For those who master inner noise, never fight with blinded eyes. Steel in hand is only a tool. The true weapon rests inside, in calm resolve and steady thought, where doubt and fear cannot hide. The silence holds our sharpened will. It steadies pulse and measured step. It reminds us strength is chosen, not something blindly kept. When finally steel meets steel, the sound is born from stillness first. A deliberate and focused act, not chaos breaking but reverse. The enemy may shout and run, mistaking noise for force or flame, but still guided by silence, always remembers its aim. So let the clash ring loud and true. Let echoes roll from sea to stone. For steel and silence together have built the north we've always known. The drums awake the frozen land. Their echoes roll from shore to shore. Steel hearts rise at the ancient sound. Tonight the north will sleep no more.
sky, breath turning white in burning lungs. The past walks with us through the snow. In every tale the elders sung. Our banners cut the winter air like wings of ravens carved from night. Each step we take is sworn in fire. Each vow is sealed by warrior might. No fear lows where our shadows fall, for fate was written long ago. The path of storm, the path of bloodless steel, the only truth our souls may know. We march as one, as stone and flame, through ice, through wind, through endless gray. The world will hear the northern drums and know this night belongs to us. Let mountains shake and oceans bend. Let silence break before our cry. For we are sons of storm and frost, born not to kneel but rise. When dawn arrives on broken waves, our song will carve the sky once more. The drums will fade, but legends stay, etched forever in the north. The frost is thick upon the land. It grips the bones, it bites the air. Yet still we walk unbroken lines, through frozen breath and silent prayer. Our boots strike time upon the ice, a rhythm older than the hills. Each step a vow, each mile a test of hardened hearts and iron wills. Oh,
Yet forward still our shadows stretch. For turning back we do not know. The past walks with us side by side. In every breath the fallen take, their strength flows on within our blood. A death the living must await. No song is sung, no word is said. The march itself is prayer enough. For silence speaks the deepest truths. To those the North has made this tough. We do not rush, we do not break. Glaciers moving, frostborn march with steady hearts, enduring all prepared for more. And when at last the ice gives way and fire greets our waiting hands, the world will know the frostborn came, and no force dead where we would stand. The iron spirit waves within, not forged in haste, nor born of hate, but tempered slow through years of trial, through patience, loss and wait. It rises when the world grows hard, when easier lies appear. It chooses burden over comfort, clarity over fear. The iron spirit does not rush. It moves with measured breath. Understanding life is tested most not at birth but near death. In battles heat it holds the line in silence. It refines the soul, a force that bends but never breaks, a fire under control. We are not iron in our flesh, but in the choices that we make, in standing firm when storms demand a weaker heart would shake. The rise of iron is not loud, it does not beg the world to see. It simply stands when others fall, unyielding, fierce and free. And when the final echoes fade and time moves on, its work complete. The iron spirit lives beyond. In every step we meet. silence weighs like beaten gold. No shouting breaks the waiting dark. No restless feet disturb the ground. We sit with thoughts in steady hands, listening to the quiet sound. Fire burns low, its embers speak of choices made and paths once crossed, of what we stand to gain at dawn and what might quietly be lost. Fear comes softly like a guest, but finds no seat within our ring. For every doubt has walked with us and learned the strength of waiting. We sharpen steel, but more than that, we sharpen purpose, calm and clear, knowing chaos favors those who meet it without fear. When first light cuts the edge of night, we rise as one, prepared and whole, not driven blind by battle's cry, but led by disciplined soul. The long night fades, the moment comes, and as we step into the day, we carry silence as our shield and let the storm. The North remembers every step, every voice that dared to rise, not carved in stone, but held in wind and carried through the skies. It remembers courage without rage and strength that did not boast, the quiet ones who stood their ground when it mattered most. The land recalls the steady march, the fire kept through endless cold, the choices made when fear strike hard against the stone, like drums that call the past alive. Each echo carries ancient names that never fade, that never die. We stand where I am at the sea, where rose was sworn in wind and calm. The shore remembers every step, every warrior who called it home. Our voices blend with crashing tide, a chant the ocean understands. Not born of rage, but steady with the mark of disciplined hands. The horizon burns with distant light, a promise sharp as tempest heat. We move not fast, we move as one, prepared for all we need. No storm can shake what roots us here, no fear can claim this ancient ground. For iron shores and iron rocks will fall, where waves resound. When night falls thick on sea and land, our song remains low, deep and short, a living echo of the north, unbroken, strong, secure. And when the shore stands quiet again, long after voices cease to roam, the iron echo still will say, the north was here, this was our home. Strike hard against the stone, like drums that call the past to rise. Each echo carries ancient names that never fade, that never die. We stand where iron met the sea, where oaths were sworn in wind and foam. The shore remembers every step, every warrior who called it home. Our sea and land. Our song remains low, deep and short, a living echo of the north, unbroken, strong, secure. And when the shore stands quiet again, long after voices cease to roam, the iron echo still will say, the North was here, this was our home. Shields against the world and dare the storm to try. Each shield bears marks of those before, old runes and whispered names. They speak of trials, not of ends, of honor born in flame. Our feet, the earth itself feels bound. No force alive can break this wall, no fear is found. The storm advances wild and vast, yet still our line holds fast. For every shield reflects a soul unbound. Strength is forged in standing firm, not fleeing seas. We are the shield against the dark, the storm against despair. Our unity is ironclad beyond repair. When winds grow still, clouds depart, our wall remains the same. Shields of the storm forever sworn in honor's name.
Beneath the helm a voice arrived, not shouted but controlled. Each tone a thread of ancient strength, steady, bold. The helm does not conceal the soul, it sharpens what is true. The voice beneath is stripped of doubt and rings through. Not for the world to hear, but for ourselves alone. A sound that binds the scattered thoughts to flesh and bone. The voices blend, no one above, no voices pushed aside. Together they become a force, a rising tide. Each word is simple, heavy, real, no space for empty sound. The chant becomes the beating heart that holds us ground. Beneath the helm the voice stands bare, no mask, no borrowed name. Only the truth of who we are in breath and flame. When helms are set and silence falls, the voices still remain, echoing deep where strength is born again. Beneath the stars we raise our hands, cold light upon our skin. We speak the oath, not loudly sworn, but caught within. No code awaits, no throne of ease, no promise made of rest. Only the vow to stand as one and give that joins the living to the past and to the dead. Each breath renews the sacred vow. Each step confirms the truth that honor lives in holding fast, not fleeting you. Beneath the northern sky we stand, the oath our guiding flame, unbroken now, unbroken still, forever the same. Not all songs rise and run on feet, or clash of steel and ore. Some are sung by those who stand and move no more. We plant our stars against the tide, against the force that bends. Our song is silence held with strife that never ends. The world may press with all its weight and test the ground we claim, but still we stand unshaken souls, no need for a faith. Each breath becomes a measured beat, each heartbeat heart of song, a melody of holding firm, resolute strong.
the silent strength the North still says. Carry on. Steel does not always cry aloud or clash in blinding light. Sometimes it waits in silent hand. Calm, ready, right. We feel its weight, its honest truth. No ornament or lie. A tool that needs inner strength. Or lets it die. Still, without sound, reflects the mind that does not rush or boast. It holds its edge through patience, not hunger's cause. In quiet moments, steel is taught to follow steady breath, to move with purpose when the time demands its depth. We do not raise it needlessly, nor test it for display. Steel answers only when the path will not give way. The soundless steel remembers hand that shaped it slow and true. Each mark a bond between the will when we do. silence forged its every edge and made it sure. Thunder rolls from shore to shore. Steel hearts rise at Odin's name. The wind itself begins to roar. Across the fjords our voices climb. A rhythm older than the stone. Each step of vow, each breath of fire. No warrior stands here alone. As one through ice and storm, our fate is sealed by sound. The shields collide, not yet in war, but unity is forged in song. The beat becomes our beating hearts, relentless, fierce, and strong. Through frost and flame we answer fate. The North remembers who we are. Our song is carved in mountain bones, heard near and far. Let fear dissolve in drum and chant. Let doubt be crushed beneath the tone. We rise as heirs of ancient kings. The North our throne. Silence falls, the echo stays, a promise carried evermore. The call of northern drums remains, unbroken to the core. Like sharpened stone, yet fire lives within. It moves through bone and steady breath and pulls us in. gay with lifted chins, our cloaks like burning wind. For fire does not fear the cold, it only sings. The wind may howl of endless night of trials yet unknown, but fire answers not with words, with heat alone. It spreads through ranks from eye to eye, a silent glowing chain. No spark is lost, no flame alone, no heat in vain. The fjord reflects the burning sky, a mirror of our will. The fire grows brighter, standing still, not chasing thrill. When wind at last begins to fade, the fire remains the same. A living proof the north survives in frost and so let the fjord wind speak its truth, we answer unafraid. With fire that time itself cannot ever degrade.
In the monolith.
It's like we're too late after all. We couldn't save her. Now it's all clear. Klein sacrificed everyone to the transcendent as part of his ritual. He and that beast have merged their consciousness. We've got to get into the monolith and destroy them both.
The frozen sea begins to sing as drums roll low and wide. Their echo rides the icy waves, a relentless tide. Oars strike time with ancient beats, wood and rhythm meet. Each stroke a pulse, each pulse a call, driving our fleet. The mist parts ways before the sound, as if the sea calls. The countless songs of those who came and answered calls. No fear survives this steady drum, it fades like distant foam. For every beat reminds our hearts the sea is home. pipes and drums fall still, their echo remains free, forever bound to iron hearts and frozen sea. Our feet with echoes deep and slow. Each step awakens distant calls from below. We hear them not as whispered words, but pressure in the chest, a sense that others walk this way and gave their best. Turns by doubt, resolve, and pain, yet still it leads through storm and sun, through loss and gain. We add our echo to the sound, not louder, just as true. Another layer in the song the road once knew. Who we are, or why we came this far. The road accepts all honest feet and scars. With every mile the echoes blend till past and present meet. The road itself becomes the voice beneath our feet. When we are gone, the road remains still humming deep and broad, awaiting those who'll hear its call and roar. No clash yet breaks the waiting air. No blade has met its pair, but every heart already knows the weight we bear. We speak no words, for words would fall too small for what is near. Instead we stand in silent fire, calm and clear. The raven turns its wings unfold, a signal written high. It does not promise life or death, only the wild. In that brief pause, all pass alone. All doubt is torn away. We stand complete, exactly here. No need to pray. The raven flies, the world moves on. The waiting meets its end. Whatever comes, we face as one, foe or friend. For before the raven leaves the sky, our fate was already drawn. Not in the clash, but in the stand at dawn. Step pressed deep into the land. Each choice we made, each line we held, each final stand. The snow may cover tracks in time, the wind erased the sun, but memory lives in mountain bones and ancient pine. We walk among remembered paths, though I see only white. The land itself recalls our vow, our will, our fight. It speaks to creaking frozen trees, through ice that does not break, a quiet force that shapes the soul we cannot fake. Not the loud, nor those who ran from fear. It holds the names of those who stayed and persevered. We add our steps to lay a ground, a record yet unseen. One day recalled by those who stand where we have been. So walk with care and stand with truth, for time may still surrender, but stone and snow will not forget. When the North remembers. Stands unbroken in the storm, in shadow and in light. It bends with wind but never yields its inner might. We are not rulers of this land, nor masters crowned in flame. We are its voice, its steady hands, its name. The North stands firm in silent proof, in stone and frozen ground, in those who choose to stand their place and hold the sound. It lives in breath that fogs the air, in eyes that will not turn, in lessons learned the hardest way and kept not burned. No single age defines the North, no battle seals its fate. It endures through patient strength and chosen way. We stand as part of something vast, not ending with our span. A living line of iron wood from man to man. surviving life. His all is not a sudden spark or fury burning bright. It is the step repeated still through day and night. Resolve is forged in choice, made over and again. To rise when comfort calls, retreat and stand and reign. We learn the path.
Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello everyone, I'm the Enforcer and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1444 of the War News stream. And would you believe it that Iran's making some very stupid big decisions today? Iran has deployed a massive fleet of attack ships in the Strait of Hormuz for some unknown reason that we're currently seeing at the moment. We're also seeing major fires and explosions erupting in Tehran, Iran, including a military base, and also an unknown drone has crashed on a Polish military site this evening. And we have a lot of news, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of major breaking news from around the world, as we have been able to see significant developments within the Middle East, Europe, China, and the United States of America over the course of the day. We have been able to confirm that over 40 vessels of the Iranian Navy, largely a fleet-sized element, have raced forward into the area of the Strait of Hormuz and within international waters near to the area of the entrance at the Gulf of Oman. It is believed that either at this moment they are attempting to exert some form of control over the area, or they are attempting to create a full-on full-on blockade, not only an effective blockade, but a total physical blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Currently, U.S. satellite intelligence and aerial reconnaissance are attempting to gather further information about this large fleet that is currently within the area and what their actual intentions and actions are. Nevertheless, the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group is still operating within the area of the Northern Arabian Sea at this very time, and has been posting a large amount of photos and videos over the past 48 hours showing carrier operations and fleet-wide operations within that area of the Northern Arabian Sea. The diplomatic talks between the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran, much as predicted on the channel, has completely collapsed and appears to have made absolutely no progress. When approached by U.S. diplomats today, the Iranians refused to budge on any one of the three topics brought up, including nuclear weapons development, ICBM development, and also the funding of proxy groups within the region. However, while the Iranians told us to basically F ourselves, they did say that they would be willing to talk to us further about possibly talking about things that matter. So for now, the U.S. does appear that they will be attempting another talk with the Iranians about possibly talking about important things to talk about in the next several days. Meanwhile, the Iranians have conducted a ballistic missile test and have also seen that within Tehran, an army barracks has spontaneously combusted within the past 2 hours in some sort of a larger fire and explosion, which at the moment the causes of is entirely unknown. Still, the Islamic Republic of Iran is continuing to fortify and attempting to protect their nuclear programs and research and development institutions throughout the entirety of their country, as they do believe that strikes by the United States are most likely going to be imminent due to their bad faith acting in negotiations and the fact that they're just trying to string the United States along as long as possible so that they can try and get further support from the Chinese. Speaking of the Chinese have had a very major allegation thrown at them just today by the United States of America that they have been involved in illegal nuclear weapons testing in violation of international treaty. According to information that has been spoken of, apparently the People's Republic of China tested a nuclear weapon around 2020 or 2021 within the fissure of a mountain in the Xinjiang province near to the area of the Gobi Desert. According to current standing international treaty, which China is a signing member of, conducting any form of nuclear weapons tests at this moment is generally considered to be violation of that treaty, and does appear to be causing a larger diplomatic row between the United States of America and the People's Republic of China at this moment. Meanwhile, ISIS has stepped forward to take credit of a mosque attack inside of Islamabad, Pakistan, which Pakistan originally was trying to blame on India, stating that India was sponsoring and supporting terrorist forces within Pakistan to conduct the attack on the mosque inside of Islamabad. It turns out it was actually ISIS. Outside of that, we've also been able to hear that within the northeastern part of Syria, where ISIS is currently taking root, the Syrian interim government is continuing their annexation of former SDF-controlled territories, and is making sure to bring the entirety of the country under the control of the Jalani regime. The Royal Air Force has also brought in a larger amount of aircraft into the region in preparations for Iranian preemptive or retaliatory strikes that may be coming here within the future, and we have also been able to hear, in other shocking developments, inside of Europe, that another drone, the second one in about a week, has crashed onto a Polish base. We're not entirely sure who was flying the drone. It may not even be a Russian that's flying this drone, but it appears that the second one has crashed, and the Polish are currently conducting a full-scale investigation as to where this drone was launched from, why it crashed on the military base, and who keeps flying the drones over these Polish bases in larger frequencies over the past week. Inside of Moscow, a Russian general, the deputy general of the Russian GRU, which is not the man from Despicable Me who talks about girls, it's actually the Spetsnaz commanders, actually were almost assassinated today on the 25th floor of an apartment building. While attempting to make it down the stairs of the 25th floor of the apartment building, a would-be assassin came up behind them, shot 3 rounds into his back. He then fell down the stairs, and then the assassin went and ran down the comically long 25 flights of stairs to make it all the way out of the building, and then escaped the building without ever being seen or identified by any security cameras, because lo and behold, no security cameras in the entirety of the building or that city block worked. So at the moment, the assassin is, or the would-be assassin, is generally at large at this moment, and it is generally unclear as to who in the world even did that. Also, we were able to hear that a former deputy minister of the Russian Federation also died in a bathtub today inside of Moscow. I guess you can call that a royal flush or a wash. We've also been able to hear that there is a major economic plummet happening in Russia again, as oil revenues have dropped another 50% for the major Russian oil producers within the Russian Federation. The Ukrainian armed forces have also been able to hold their lines today, inflicting significant losses onto the Russian Federation's armed forces and generally stopping them from any forms of advance. We have also also heard that near to the area of Cuba, the United States of America is conducting aerial surveillance flights, and there have been some additional statements coming out of Washington, D.C. today, primarily about tariffs and sanctions that have now been leveraged against the Islamic Republic of Iran after the negotiations fell apart today. We have a humongous amount of news to cover, and we are going to be having to make sure to get through each and every single piece of it. I'm sorry if it took me a little bit of fast talking to get through that intro there, but I wanted to make sure to lay out all of our major news in the quickest amount of time so we can spend much more time on air actually covering these major developments and making sure that everyone knows exactly what's going on around the world over these past 24 hours. And as tradition dictates on this channel, we will be starting with our largest stories first and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. Although, to be entirely honest, between the fact of what's going on in the Middle East, what happened in Russia today, and the fact that the Chinese are apparently conducting nuclear tests and in violation of international treaty, we generally are not hard-pressed to have any small news tonight. It's basically all major news again. So,
Man, also, not just nuke tests, but we're talking about like mega nukes. Like China's out here testing some pretty big stuff with some very large yields on it, which is concerning to say the least. And apparently it's been going on for at least 5 years, and the U.S. has been covering it up or keeping it largely covert for the entire time. So that's very concerning. We're talking about big ones.
and it is incredibly concerning, and we will be getting into that and everything else starting right now. Moving us on into the area of the Islamic Republic of Iran, after negotiations failed today, which we'll be getting into greater detail in a moment, we were able to hear and report that a large swarm of attack boats from the Islamic Republic of Iran's Navy raced out into the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. If I actually show y'all the exact area that this happened on a marine tracker, y'all can actually see that this area is just north of a larger grouping of vessels that are currently anchored within the area of the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, and awaiting their moment to be able to transit and make passage through this area and on into the area of the Persian Gulf itself to be able to load up with oil. From what we understand, the IRGC fast attack boats, numbering over 40 from what we can tell, appears to have moved within the area of the international waters in this international passageway right here in incredibly large numbers. Once again, all of these little white dots that you're seeing in this satellite footage right here are fast attack boats of the Islamic Republic of Iran's Navy, or the IRGC's Navy, whichever way you put it. This is an incredibly large force, and while the firepower of these is not wildly large, considering that each of these has about one Dishka and maybe about 14 bottle rockets on board each, they can pose a significant threat to commercial shipping within the area, especially considering that these military vessels appear to be creating what is equivalent to a conga line that is passing right through the middle of international waters. This is posing a fairly significant risk that the Iranians may be preparing to create a total blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, or maybe trying to exert control over international waters to continue to more aggressively enforce the effective blockade that they've already been working on at the moment. The difference between an effective blockade and a complete blockade are as follows. An effective blockade is generally psychologically manipulating most people into believing that passing through an area is so dangerous that it's just not worth it. That does not mean that you physically have to stop them from passing through. You just have to put enough fear into them that trying to pass through the area will result in dire consequences, usually the seizure of the vessel and also the crew being taken hostage. Generally, that's what the Iranians are already doing right now with the seizure of the two vessels that happened yesterday, but a total blockade is physically stopping anyone from passing through the area. There are a couple of ways to do that, but the two most important ways that the Iranians would attempt to do that is by either physically enforcing with arms through these fast attack boats, forcing ships to turn around and sail away from the area under the threat of an open attack against their vessel if they continue to press forward, or the Iranians may try and mine the strait instead, creating larger areas of sea mines within the region that would make it physically impossible for commercial ships to be able to pass through. It would take mine clearers of other countries, including the United States of America, to cut through these minefields and create paths so that way commercial shipping could resume. It appears that right now the Iranians might be working on the former, which is an armed attempt by their fast attack boats to possibly create a complete blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, which once again would be an incredibly precarious situation. If the Iranians are able to force a complete closure of the Strait of Hormuz, this means that the millions, or tens of millions of barrels of oil that's produced in the Middle East per day, which makes up almost a third or more of global oil production on the daily, would be trapped inside the Middle East with basically no way to really get it out into the open world. If that happens, global oil supplies have dropped by over a third overnight. If that happens, oil prices per barrel of crude are going to skyrocket around the world within the next several days or the next week or two after that incident happens. And that means that the prices of fuel within most countries, for all purposes, will increase by every metric. Even the use of such things such as tar for repaving would be directly affected, as tar is also produced in oil refineries as well. This is a major sort of an incident and is showing us that the Islamic Republic of Iran is once again attempting to use military coercion, or what we would call low-level coercion, at least at the moment right now. That might change tomorrow, to be able to try and threaten and pressure the United States of America to more so give up on our demands against the Islamic Republic of Iran to stop developing nuclear weapons, to stop developing ICBMs and IRBMs, and also stop funding the proxy forces in the area. Otherwise, if we keep demanding that, they're going to try and destroy the global oil markets, which has a very significant impact on the United States. Matthew, what are people currently thinking right now about this major development near the Strait of Hormuz? Are they thinking that the Iranians are trying to create a larger blockade, a complete blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, or are they trying to just pressure the United States for further negotiations so that way the United States might back off some of their demands, hoping that this won't cause major damage to the oil markets? And what say you?
All right, so that's a very good question right there, because for Iran to deploy 40-plus fast attack vessels today, and when we say fast attack vessels, we basically mean like glorified fishing boats, but the fishing boats are equipped with 50 cal machine guns at the bow, and they also have rocket launchers apparently on the substructure, which goes over the control area for the boat. So what is Iran likely doing deploying so many of these attack vessels in the Strait of Hormuz as of today that we see in the image here? 74% said Iran is trying to enforce a blockade, while 13% said that they're preparing to stop the U.S. Navy if they come into the strait, and 8% said they're just simply doing military drills. And I would say, to me, the answer seems very evident. They are currently either actively performing a blockade with these attack vessels, or they are rehearsing a blockade. That has to be what they're doing right now, because we did see that just a couple of days ago, they attempted to seize the Stena Imperative, which is a U.S.-flagged oil tanker, and it got away. Then they went and seized 2 oil tankers. We're still not aware of the flag of convenience of those vessels or where they were flagged from, but they did successfully seize those 2 vessels. So at this point, it's arguably already a blockade, and this could be simply an enforcement force going out to actually make that actually work. So I'm with the 74%. Iran is clearly escalating. They're trying to choke off the strait, and considering that 20% of the world's oil goes through the strait, that is a bit problematic, and that will probably force a response by the U.S. Navy. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that this is certainly an attempt, most likely, to start working on creating a complete blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, rather than the effective one that they're working with right now, because cutting off the global oil markets, especially in the Middle East, and jacking up the price of barrels for oil is going to be quite a significant action, especially if they're able to buy themselves enough time through this preliminary action here to be able to properly mine the international waters within the Strait of Hormuz. This is generally going to stop most, if not all, civilian traffic, even if the U.S. completely obliterates the Iranian Navy for several weeks, as the U.S. would have to go in and physically clear out the sea mines from the Strait of Hormuz, most likely under fire at that point, to be able to try and reopen the area to international traffic. Now, I've seen a lot of people trying to say, but the president has already planned this out because he's a great and amazing genius. We have Venezuela now, so the Middle East is completely pointless. And that would be a very big mistake to make. And this is actually one that I think is a bit of a misnomer. When we're talking about oil prices around the world, unrealized oil fields that have not been tapped do not count. Because when someone is about to refine a barrel of oil in, say, Baton Rouge in New Orleans, they don't sit there and go, okay, so what about this fantasy oil that can't be extracted out of the ground? Well, we have that, so it doesn't matter. People are having to actively consume the gasoline today. So what more importantly matters in this equation is how much oil is being produced by each country per day today, because that is what directly correlates to the price of barrels per oil globally. And if we go to Wikipedia, which has been able to compile, according to the last resource that we have from about 2024 and 2023, the estimated oil production annually, well, actually, I believe this is per day, of all of the countries from around the world, I want to show you all the reason why Venezuela is not going to be able to supplant or even hope to replace any of the oil production that's coming out of the Middle East. Venezuela is the 18th largest oil producer in the entirety of the planet. They produce 1 million barrels of crude oil per day. Now, a lot of people don't really consider Norway to be a major oil producer, but Norway is the equivalent of 2 Venezuelas in oil production. So I think a lot of people might be seeing the problem here in that Venezuela is not our Lord and Savior of the oil crisis, considering that it produces basically nothing, especially on a global scale, and especially when we look at the Middle Eastern states that we trade heavily in oil with, and many of our Western allies do as well. Venezuela's oil reserves pale in comparison to that scale. Saudi Arabia produces 10.8 million barrels of crude oil per day. That's equivalent to 11 Venezuela's worth of production daily in Saudi Arabia alone. Then if we look at Iraq, Iraq produces 4.5 million barrels of oil per day. That's 4.5 Venezuela's worth of production. The UAE produces 3.2 million barrels of oil a day. Kuwait produces 2.6 million barrels of oil a day. Qatar even produces 1.7 million barrels of oil per day. Qatar, in its own self, is more important in terms of the sheer amount of oil resources that they produce and export than Venezuela is, nearly by a factor of 2. And Qatar is about the size of a human thumb. So I think many of y'all can get the understanding here that there is no way that the Iranians and their threat of closing the Strait of Hormuz is just a nothing burger that we can leave standing idly by, because we combine all of these countries in the Middle East and their oil production together, especially the ones that we're actually allied with and sell their oil to Europe and the United States. Their value is well over 25 times to 30 times the oil production of Venezuela. And before anyone even says it again about Venezuela has these unrealized fields, we are not sucking the oil out of Venezuela out of the ground right now in any larger number than 1 million barrels of oil per day. So while they might have these massive untapped oil fields, that isn't going to help us out right here, right now, if the Middle Eastern oil market gets completely shut off because the Iranians mine the Strait of Hormuz. So this is an incredibly major situation.
A different question here. We do know generally the model of these boats that Iran is sending out. It's generally the same ones that you see in all the other photos. We actually examined a photo last night of one of these Iranian fast attack boats. Like I said, it's largely a fishing vessel with a 50 cal and rocket launchers on it. Very makeshift. Not what you'd call like a proper Navy by any means. But is it possible that those boats are actually equipped with the mines that they could use to mine the strait? Because I just thought something. Surely the Iranians have to know that the U.S. can simply send in a whole bunch of our aircraft, and they'll largely be successful, and simply pick off one boat at a time in the strait, one by one, and there likely won't be any way for Iran to respond to that, because they don't have their air defense out there in the strait, obviously, so we could pick them off with no problem. So I wonder if they're actually mining the strait as we speak.
They actually do have those sea mines on some of these fast attack boats. Here's actually a picture of them carrying some of these sea mines out to sea. Appears that 4 of them can be carried per boat like this. And considering that the Iranians do have several dozens of these boats, and they can also lay them out on vessels like the Aggregated, which you can see right here in the dozens, they certainly do have the capability to lay out these mines in a fairly rapid format if they wanted to. And there's also a little bit of an issue here, folks, that while the Iranians are woefully underpowered and under-equipped compared to the U.S. Navy, laying a minefield, especially for them, especially if it's something that is just a last-ditch effort to cause as much damage to a global oil market as possible, is actually well within doable before the U.S. could even start to strike these boats and make sure that they could stop laying the mines. The problem here is that the Islamic Republic of Iran's coastline literally saddles the area of the Strait of Hormuz. So if we see that they go out into the strait and they start an effective, a complete blockade like we're saying right now, that means that the United States Navy, which is going to be the closest air force to be able to respond to this incident right now, is going to have to start drawing up a battle plan to destroy the Iranian naval vessels, including all of those little boats that are currently in the Strait of Hormuz, and to also deal with the enemy air defense that would be around the area, all the way from Bandar Ijask and around to the area of Bandar Shanas, around the entirety of the Strait of Hormuz. That means they're going to have to prepare battle plans for suppression of enemy air defense within a localized area. They will also have to conduct electronic warfare actions within that area, and once they conduct all of that, and also make sure that there's enough air interdiction in the skies to be able to shoot down any incoming Iranian Air Force aircraft, then and about only then will they be able to start anti-ship operations against the little boats that they have out there in the Strait of Hormuz, and also the mine-laying vessels that would be sitting around this very area right here, south of Hormuz Island.
Yeah, really, when you put it like that, it makes it really seem a lot more like a crisis than it actually really is, just in the headlines. It seems to me that if Iran is allowed to mine the Strait, which they could be doing right now, it's very possible based on what we're seeing. They could already be mining the Strait, and they could be doing that to get the jump on U.S. forces, knowing that we can't just go in right this second and start picking them off. We have to deal with their air defense first. And of course, we have to have time to actually, make the plan happen and make the plan actually coherent. So they could be getting the jump on us. And it seems like if they do get the jump on us and they're able to mine the Strait, then how do we deal with it from there? Like, is there a way to destroy the mines from air, or how do we deal with that?
Well, there is a way to do it, but it is not an easy process at all. Let me actually go show you what we would have to send in really quickly, because it's not going to be good. These are what we have to send in. These little boats right here. These are our minesweepers. We have about 4 of these, and we also have a couple of other classes of minesweepers. But what we would have to do, in following off of what I was just explaining a second ago, once we clear out the enemy air defense, once we clear out the Iranian Air Force, and once we generally make the area safe for the Navy to operate in, at least in terms of its naval air capacity or air arm, then that's when the U.S. Navy sends in its FA-18 Super Hornets to start conducting most likely laser-guided JDAM strikes or other forms of air-to-ground strikes on those little fast attack boats. But by then, it would only take about a couple of days, maybe even 2 or 3, for the Iranians to lay a minefield if they were doing it in a rush. That means the minefields have been completely laid within the strait, and there really is no way around that at that point. We have to clear them out. So then we would have to go about completely destroying all these little fast attack boats. Then we'd have to go about destroying the rest of the Iranian Navy that's in the area. And then we would have to keep up constant combat air patrols to be able to try and find and locate where in the hell the anti-ship missile batteries are at this point. They might be hidden in some sort of a tunnel somewhere in the area, which we highly believe at the moment, which means that, unless we're willing to hit them with GBU-57 MOPs, those anti-ship missile batteries are generally going to be out of harm's way until they roll them out of a tunnel to prepare to fire at the U.S. Navy once they arrive. So these little minesweepers, which are generally unarmed by most standards, would have to roll up in there with their fiberglass hulls and start going through the process of literally clearing out lanes through the Strait of Hormuz through these minefields. That is a very long and a very arduous process, and of course, if they mess up, these vessels can get destroyed by a mine quite easily, so this is going to be an incredibly slow process. The entirety of the time, the Iranians could be firing anti-ship missiles at these basically defenseless minesweepers, meaning that we would also have to have probably an Arleigh Burke or 2 shoved basically right up into the Strait of Hormuz, right behind these minesweepers, to be able to try and give them any form of anti-ship missile defense if they get fired at, which then also puts the Arleigh Burkes at risk because they're basically in the gauntlet at that point with the minesweepers. So in general, we could clear the minefield, but at that point, folks, that's probably going to be an operation that takes maybe a week and a half to 2 weeks to clear one lane through the minefield. It would take even further to clear out multiple lanes through the minefield, and maybe even well up to a year or 2 years to clear out all of the mines that would be in the Strait of Hormuz. And that also doesn't factor in that these mines can break from their tethers and start drifting through the area, meaning that while a sea lane could be cleared through a minefield, if one of the mines nearby snaps off of its tether, it can drift into the middle of that sea lane and then end up causing serious damage either to a U.S. Navy vessel or to an oil tanker that would be using that shipping lane in the meantime. So it's a pretty precarious sort of a situation if we allow the Iranians to set up a minefield at this point.
Yeah, it sounds like it would be pretty much a disaster at that point. So we are aware, though, and I think everybody pretty much can deduce this on their own accord, that Iran is stalling. And it's also very possible that the U.S. is stalling as well. But we know for a fact that Iran is stalling. That's why they're engaging in these talks with the U.S. officials. We don't currently know for a fact what their main motivation behind this stalling tactic is, but there's obviously some ulterior motive behind it. It could be maybe mining the strait. It could be they're trying to secretly do that and they need time to get that done. It could be that they need more interceptors from maybe China or Russia, or weapons. It could be something like that. We currently have a poll on that, by the way. So that's currently the question we're asking the audience, actually.
Actually, let's look into that. Why do y'all think, before we even get into the very nitty-gritty details of what happened with the talks today, why are y'all thinking the Iranians are trying to stall for time? And what are they thinking about that, Matthew? What are you thinking about that?
So it looks like most people, about 56% of the audience, said Iran is stalling to get more weapon shipments from China and Russia to get ready for the U.S. Confrontation, while 31% said they're trying to covertly mine the Hormuz Strait and they need time to actually get that done. and 4% said they really want a deal, but albeit a favorable deal for Iranian officials. And I would really doubt they actually want a deal, because the only deal that they would actually enter into is basically a moot deal. Because the one we saw before, the JCPOA, it was good in theory, but the Iranians will not abide by the terms in the agreement. So it's nearly impossible to really reach a deal with the Iranians because they're dishonest, at least the government does, and they're not going to adhere to it. So a deal is really out of the picture. I think most people know that. So they're either waiting on weapons or they're trying to mine the strait. We don't have any direct evidence yet that they're trying to mine the strait. That's currently speculation. It's possible they're doing that. So I would generally be with the 57%. I think they're waiting on more weapons from China and Russia, and we have seen evidence to back up the fact that they are likely getting current active weapon shipments from China. We've seen several Chinese cargo jets going back and forth constantly between the two places. We've also seen a couple of Russian aircraft, including helicopters, being given over to the Iranians. So they're clearly getting armed, and it could be they're simply waiting on shipments, which I think that's probably the most likely option. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that in general, I would believe that the Iranians are most likely stalling to try and get further support in weapons from the Russians and the Chinese, and they might also be lobbying heavily for the Chinese and the Russians to put diplomatic pressure on the United States to back off of their demands on Iran, which is also a high likelihood as well. The Iranians buying themselves time only helps them out. While a lot of people say that it's actually hurting them because the U.S. is building up bigger forces into the area, that is true to an extent, but also at the same time, everyone's not really factoring in that they could be begging the Chinese and the Russians, please, for the love of God, go call up the U.S. and tell them, look, if you do anything against Iran, we're going to create some sort of retaliation against y'all, which then puts pressure on the United States from a wholly different avenue, that if they do something against Iran, something else could happen somewhere else in the world that wouldn't be good for us. They could be trying to do that as well, while also getting weapons, which they clearly are, because Iranian 747s have been flying nonstop to China and back. So I would clearly say that it's to get weapons and also try and vie for some form of international support from their Axis partners. I also saw some people saying in the chat, some people have been saying some things like, you don't have to go in the Strait of Hormuz to clear the minefield, and also the U.S. Navy has vessels that are specifically designed for minesweeping. And that is true, but I went through the whole analysis a second ago. I just want to make sure to touch on it again, just in case some people might have missed it. The vessels that do the minesweeping can clear out mines, and they are designed to do that, but outside of that role, they are largely unarmed, meaning that if they have an anti-ship missile fired at them, there's no way for them to really defend themselves against that anti-ship missile. So then they're basically a sitting duck, and that's where the problem comes in there, considering that this is quite literally a gauntlet, and any anti-ship missile fired at them is going to be fired at less than a range of 50 to 70 miles. That gives very little reaction time, and that largely ensures that this would be a wildly complicated operation to conduct, just due to the fact that our response times would have to be razor-like in precision, and there would be no seconds of error that could be had by the U.S. Navy in trying to identify incoming vampires, which is what the Navy calls anti-ship missiles. The other thing is that you cannot conduct a demining operation in a naval situation without physically sending somebody over that minefield. They are either going to be in a minesweeper in a ship, or they're going to be in a CH-53 Stallion carrying a sled below them. Let me see if I can show you all the minesweeping sled. Let's see here. CH-53 minesweeping. Let me see if I can show you all this really quickly, because this is also going to be something that would be an issue as well. Here's a CH-53 carrying its minesweeping sled behind it, but what the minesweeping sled is, it's basically a little detector that they skid over the water, and if there's a mine below it, it will be able to detect it, and it will let the helicopter crew know in GPS coordinates where that mine was, to then send a minesweeping ship to that area and then have them disable the mine.
Wow. That's unbelievable, actually. I didn't know they did it like that. I wasn't very familiar with minesweeping. I didn't know they actually drug a little small boat behind a helicopter. Attached, what is that, attached with a rope?
Yeah, it's attached with a little tether, and the tether has electronic communication with the sled, so that while they drag it along the water, if it picks up a mine, it will immediately telegraph that back to the helicopter and tell operator in the back where that mine was and GPS coordinates, what size it was, how deep it was, and all that other information that they can then relay to a little boat that'll come out here and then disable the mine.
Oh, that's pretty cool, actually. I didn't know that. But that does seem to be very vulnerable, though. If Iran tried to retaliate while they were doing this, it seems like it could be a bit of a sitting duck.
Yeah, because these helicopters as well, a lot like the minesweepers, they basically have next to no, I mean literally no air defense is built into this helicopter. If if a surface-to-air missile is fired at this thing, it is also a sitting duck as well. Generally, minesweepers are basically unarmed, whether they're on the surface as a ship or a boat or inside of this helicopter here. So it is not an easy thing, especially when we're talking about this short of a range from an anti-ship battery, like say about 39 miles to maybe even 70 miles inland. That is basically no reaction time at all. These missiles that will be flying at these ships and helicopters are going to be flying, if it's a surface-to-air missile, at around Mach 3 to Mach 5. Or if it's an anti-ship missile, it's going to be near to the speed of sound. It's going to be near to transonic. So given that that's such a short range and these missiles are going to be flying from that far away, which is not that far, that means that everyone has basically no reaction time at all. And that's what makes this sort of military operation entirely complicated. So what you would have to do is a whole bunch of preparatory work to even allow the minesweepers to be safe enough to get into the area. And you would have to clear out all of the Iranian air defenses in the area. You would have to make sure the Iranian Air Force never arrives. You would also have to make sure to try and find and destroy any anti-ship batteries if they're in the area, which might be impossible to do given the situation. And then, because we can't destroy the anti-ship batteries outright and easily at the opening of this operation, we then have to jam an Arleigh Burke or two behind these minesweepers, basically in the strait with them, in the gauntlet, to be able to try and shoot down with their SM-2s and SM-3s any incoming anti-ship missiles that could be fired at any moment once those anti-ship missile launchers come crawling out of a cave somewhere near Bandar Abbas. So it's
interesting. So basically, the end conclusion to all this is it's imperative that the United States does not let Iran get the jump and actually mine the strait. It's better to tend to it before they start mining the strait and go in and try to destroy the mining fleet, basically, than to let them actually do it.
Absolutely. If they even get to the point where they create an effective blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, by the time we can react, the minefield's laid, it's already too late. And I think that's what a lot of people aren't getting here with the significance of this. The United States must act with a great deal of expediency in the situation right now. The Iranians are clearly alluding at this moment, and it might happen soon, that they are going to start mining the strait and they're effectively going to blockade it. If they do that, it's over for us. What the consequences of letting them do that are going to happen no matter how quickly we react at that point. The quickest we can react would probably be in a couple of days after that starts to occur. By then the minefield's laid and we have to go through the whole can of worms that I just explained a second ago to be able to go and demine it, which is going to be hell on earth.
Wow, yeah, that's really something when you really put it like that. So hopefully, I think we have enough assets in the region. If they wanted to go in and do something like that, we're probably good to do it now. I know they're waiting on, I think it's for the Bush carrier group to show up. I'm not really sure what their ETA is at this point. We're not really clear on that, but they're supposed to be heading to the Middle East at some point. I think are they en route yet, or are they still hanging out by the coast?
I think they're still hanging out by the coast right now. I think they're still conducting their carrier preparedness drills to make sure that they're ready for another deployment. So I don't think they're going to be ready to head out over here anytime soon. They'll probably arrive in about 3 weeks to a month from now, maybe.
Okay, so they definitely won't be here in time, because by the time a month passes, this situation might be over with by then, actually, because I don't really see this lasting for a whole nother month. That would be a little too long. So we'll have to wait and see. There's probably enough assets in the region now. I think we're still seeing, like we've been saying for the last 3 days or 4 days, actually, we're currently seeing a bunch of stratolifters and all kinds of cargo aircraft still coming into the region from European sites, and that we believe that's air defense. We don't think those are necessarily offensive weapons. It's mainly about protecting our assets that are currently already in the Middle East. So we shouldn't have to wait to perform attacks like this. So we might see them maybe earlier than we thought if this is the case.
And also, I see someone saying we have the USS George Washington there. No, we do not. I don't know where you're getting that information from. The USS George Washington is, the USS George Washington is currently in Japan right now, not in the area of the Arabian Sea. So I don't know where you're getting that information from, but you might want to check your sources. But moving on from that, to also precipitate all this stuff with a little bit of additional news that came out earlier today, I now have to tell y'all how in the world this went down in Oman this morning with the diplomatic talks that were conducted. Moving us into the area, we were able to hear that just about 2 hours after the talks began, which they began about 30 minutes late, the U.S. aircraft that was carrying our diplomatic team was already leaving the area, showing that the talks had ended somewhat quickly compared to what we were largely expecting at the beginning. We found out why. The talks were a complete waste of time. According to what we've been able to hear, the Iranian delegation refused any attempts by the U.S. to suggest an end of nuclear enrichment of any form of nuclear fuel, whether it be uranium or plutonium. But while they did say that, they signaled a willingness to talk about talks in the future. Because talking about deal making about possibly deal making is the be all end all. It's the ultimate winner. And crazily enough, folks, you wouldn't believe it, but the U.S. has apparently, I would assume that at this point, because this wouldn't make any sense otherwise, the U.S. must be stalling for time to get more forces in the area. The U.S., with open arms, accepted that entirely and stated that they will go at it again in a couple of days and will try and have this diplomatic talk about talks happen here soon. We do not know what in the world they're even going to talk about in a second round of talks, because the Iranians made it largely clear today, from what we can understand, that they, one, will not stop their abilities to enrich uranium at any degree. They also will not stop their intercontinental and intermediate range missile development programs, and they also will not stop their funding of proxy forces within the region, which we don't even believe that third topic was even brought up, because the Iranians had slammed the gates shut on the first two topics so hard the U.S. delegation didn't even bring up anything about the funding of the Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah, al-Nusra, and so on within the Middle East. We also have been able to hear, once more, that according to the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, he stated in his own words, overall, it was a good opening to the negotiations. Decisions regarding how the talks will continue will be made in the respective capitals. It was agreed that negotiations...
That's crazy language coming from him. Like the way he's talking, it's talking as if he's like a nuclear armed country, or if he's like some type of superpower. They're talking as if they have leverage to work with. It's like, you have no leverage, you have no cards, as the president was trying to tell Zelensky. Zelensky actually has cards, by the way, but this fella here does not. He's got the entire U.S. military knocking on his door, so that's kind of wild to be talking like that.
Yeah, it really is something. And then he said, it was agreed that the negotiations will continue. I do not want to judge prematurely, but if the course of the talks continues in this manner, it will be possible to reach an agreed framework. After 8 turbulent months, the dialogue process has begun, and the main challenge is the lack of trust. This basically is saying, folks, in the larger sense, if I was to boil this all down, the foreign minister of Iran says, we achieved our objective, we're buying Iran time right now, and we're going to keep buying us as much time as possible. We have no intention of meeting the United States in the middle on any of these points at all. That's basically what was being said by the foreign minister of Iran. Additionally, we also heard that while the Iranians were in huge protest of any CENTCOM command being present within the negotiations, CENTCOM Commander General Brad Cooper was present during the talks in Oman, and we don't really know what role he played, but he was present, and that may have been to the dismay and anger of the Iranian delegation, because before the talks began, they stated that they wanted no military officials of CENTCOM's AOR inside of the talks, and then the U.S. brought out Brad Cooper, which literally is the commander of CENTCOM. So a little bit interesting for that one. We also were able to hear that the U.S. negotiators told Iran and Oman that they expect a concrete and significant nuclear-related concession at the next meeting, which was supposed to be achieved at this meeting, but was not achieved this meeting. But the Iranians stated that they would talk about talking, and so the U.S. is saying, when we talk about talking, let's hope that eventually when we talk about talking about talking, that when we talk about talking about talking about talking, y'all will eventually make a concession on the nuclear weaponry side of things, at least at a minimum. Apparently we're not even trying to touch at this point on whether or not they will continue to develop ICBMs and IRBMs, or if they're going to continue to fund Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, al-Nusra, so on and so forth inside the Middle East. We're just trying to even get anywhere on the nuclear situation, which they've made it incredibly clear in this first round of talks that they're not going to go anywhere with this. And also, they're currently swarming the Strait of Hormuz at the moment and possibly preparing to mine the strait, which is really showing that they are buying themselves time and they're trying to screw us over in the long run. So, it does appear that a lot of people are wondering, what is generally the U.S. trying to do here? Because if this is all that it's amounting to, we're not going to get very far with this. As a matter of fact, we're basically digging ourselves a hole in the Middle East to bury ourselves in when this is all over with. If we allow the Iranians to keep playing games like this, they are going to be able to try and get themselves a little bit of additional armed support from the Chinese, and they're also going to be getting themselves a little bit of additional international diplomatic support. Not only that, they might be able to mine the Strait of Hormuz and completely screw over global oil markets for a foreseeable future. So what in the world is the U.S. really trying to do here? And I would have to say, folks, if I had to apply any logic to this at the moment, the best that I could tell you is that we are trying to buy time for now. But I can only say that from now up until the next weekend, and not this upcoming one, but the one after that. I can only say for about that long. By that time, after that amount of time has passed, which is going to be about another week and a couple of days, the U.S. is either going to be ready to strike by then, and we will no longer need to stall for time, or we legitimately have been caught in another idiotic let's make a deal loophole, and we're going to go into endless talks with the Iranians for 3 months and basically let them set all the cards in their favor, at least in buying themselves time and drawing up a general plan that Iran might not survive, but the U.S. is also going to be heavily hurt by Iran's actions nonetheless, which ends up getting us into a Mexican standoff.
I just don't think we're going for a standoff. I don't think we're going for it. I think these talks, I would bet, actually, 99% odds that the U.S. is stalling. Also, Iran is stalling, too. I think both of them are playing the stalling tactics, which is a bit fascinating because you would think that with all the firepower that's in the region right now with U.S. forces, you would think there wouldn't be a need to stall. But like we've been saying, because of the air defense that's being sent to the region, we would prefer that to be in place first. But the Iranians, like we've also discussed in the earlier poll, they also want some more reassurances from their allies in Russia and China. They want more weapons. So I think they're both stalling, and I think we're going to see ultimately that, also, by the way, before I forget, we've also seen a bunch of coalition fighter jets, like for example from the UK and other countries that are aligned with the United States in the region. They're also sending jets. So it's not just the US, stacking up forces. Everybody's involved. To me, that suggests we are certainly going to be doing something to Iran in a big, big way, and simply a matter of waiting for the right time. I don't think we're going to simply talk this out for months and it's going to be the end of it. I don't think it's going to happen like that.
I don't necessarily think it's going to happen like that either, but, of course, who's to say, and we'll generally have to play this by ear as usual, but I would say that would be an absolutely poor decision to make, to try and get into an endless loophole and an endless paradox of talking like we do with the Russians. That is a complete waste of time, especially considering that the Iranians are a non-nuclear power, and they don't have an ability to checkmate us in the long run, where they could threaten mutually assured destruction. They don't have that ability. So if they cannot meet us at the negotiating table in the first round of talks, I would go ahead and say that we shouldn't even talk with them any farther, and we should be preparing for strikes and completely cut off any diplomatic talks with them, and then put them on the hot seat and see if they're willing to come to us and actually give some concessions. But
there's nothing wrong with the talks, though. Like, if we're using the talks for stalling, then it doesn't hurt. I mean, you might as well keep the Iranians sort of strung out on the talks to keep them sort of in their holding pattern a little bit. But the risk is, though, I think after today, I think both sides walked away understanding that the stalling tactic doesn't have much runway left on it, because the Iranians left and didn't make any concessions. So that's not good for them in the eyes of United States officials. And the U.S. walked away telling Iran, you will come back next time and give us something or else. So they're at a bit of an impasse here. So I'm not sure how much longer we can stall and actually make this thing, last a long time, because I think we're kind of already at an impasse at this quick.
And we might be, but it kind of was those same threats that got Iran to the negotiating table in the first place. And then they still went there and said, screw you, we're not doing anything. And then we went, okay, so now we said at the end of that talk, do something or else. And then they're going to go, okay, well, let's talk about talking. And then we'll show up again, and they'll go, no, we got nothing. Screw you. And then we'll walk away again. I think they're probably going to try and do that over and over, because that's what the Russians have been doing for a year and a month now. Well, a year and 2 months now. They've been saying, oh, America, we actually want to talk about peace because we love peace. And then we go, okay, send the negotiators. And then they show up, and then the Russians go, actually, F you all. We hope you all die. We actually hate the West. Get lost. And then we leave, and then we go, oh, okay, so that's how they're thinking. And then they call us up right after that. Actually, on second thought, we're really scared about what y'all might be able to do. Let's talk it over again. And then they've just done that in a circular cycle for about 13 times over every single month, basically. They're still doing that right now. I mean, in Dubai, the Ukrainians and the Russians came up with absolutely no leeway just 2 days ago again, because the Russians put everyone through the same ringer again, and the United States is not willing to understand that sometimes countries say that crap knowing that they're able to exploit basically a failing of the administration, and that anytime someone brings up deal making, they go for that like it's hotcakes, and they never let go of it, even if it appears that it's never going to work.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think personally, I think they've got a plan in motion here. Also, this is much different than Venezuela. Like, Iran has always been the target. Like, it was stated, like, even before this current president took office, that he wanted to deal with Iran. So this has been something that he's been unusually consistent on. very consistent. And also, it's obviously in U.S. interest because if they're developing a nuke, if they're also threatening our forces in the region, and blah, 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 all the usual, then they have to be dealt with. And I think they're going to finally deal with them, and I think they have a plan in motion. I think they're simply just waiting on assets.
Possibly. I mean, that definitely could be the case. And also, moving us on out of that and on up into Tehran, while everything was going on today, at least a couple of hours ago, something incredibly interesting happened within Tehran. An army barracks appears to have exploded and caught on fire, and we actually have a little bit of footage right here showing us the smoke and fire coming off of that barracks after the spontaneous explosion. It's very quiet.
This is like the Russian Lucky Strike Man. You know what I'm saying? In Russia, they used to have like the Lucky Strike Man making the rounds. There would be random fires at a random base, random fires at a government office. Very odd.
Yeah, I'd have to say it is incredibly odd. I will have to agree with you here. We also have another clip of this, by the way, folks. I'll only make sure to show you all that one as well, because here was another video that was made showing the fire from the aftermath of the explosion. It appears the firefighters showed up, but they don't have any water, so it appears they're just going to watch it. I guess you could call them more so fire watchers instead of firefighters these days. But a lot of people are wondering, what's up with that? Now, you know, at the beginning, the Iranians were saying that all of these little incidents that were happening across the country for the past week and a half were gas pipe explosions or other forms of accidents. But this was at an army barracks. Are they trying to make us believe that an army barracks spontaneously exploded and then caught on fire and largely burned to the ground today in the middle of the Iranians not making any leeway with the United States in the midst of talks? And also the fact that both sides are getting incredibly close to going to blows around the Strait of Hormuz right now. Do they really want us to believe that? And also, Matthew, what are people thinking about that sort of an incident? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so we're seeing the fires erupting in Tehran around, obviously, the capital city. We just saw that there. The Army Joint Staff building was on fire, and it was burning to the ground. We also saw another major fire break out. There was a second video of a different fire inside of Iran. I don't have that one right offhand, but it was a massive fire in a different city in Iran. So this has been happening for about a week. So what is going on? Is the United States sending a warning to the regime with these situations? 46% said no, it is not the U.S. doing this, while 25% said yes, the U.S. is behind all of it, and 19% said I'm 50-50 on this one. And I am still completely convinced that the United States, or at least Israel, is behind all of this. They have to be. They're basically trying to create an atmosphere of paranoia with the Iranian government. And they're also trying to soften them up for the upcoming attacks that we're going to conduct on the country. So you got to put yourself in the shoes of the Iranians for a second. If you see these fires breaking out in secure locations, like for example the army barracks, and it's happening on a frequent basis, you naturally have to conclude that some foreign power is literally crawling all over your country. You don't know who they are, you don't know where they are, but they are doing damage to your facilities, and there's no way for you to stop it. And you have no idea where these people are coming from. That's horrifying for a regime like Iran to realize that. And that's the whole point. It's psychological. They're trying to get in their heads. And I believe the U.S. is behind it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that it might actually be the Mossad. I'm kind of in the mix a little bit of the 46% and the 26%. I actually might be leaning more towards the 46%. Because usually it's the Mossad that does kind of, I guess you could say, shady, covert, kinetic actions like this where something catches on fire or explodes. I feel like that's more within the Mossad's wheelhouse, especially when dealing with Iran, than the CIA. We never really saw the CIA doing a lot of ground action in the 12-Day War or even during Midnight Hammer. It appears that that was all done mostly by Mossad agents. So I would say that really most of the explosions that are happening within Iran right now, I would probably attribute those more likely to Mossad than anyone, because they seem to be the one that has the most fleshed out actual, I guess you could say, field agents that are willing to conduct and can conduct strikes in Iran of varying forms, because they did that during the 12-Day War, and we really haven't seen a lot of CIA ground operations in Iran over about the past few years. So I'll be with 45%.
I think it could be both of them, actually. I would tend to believe, because you have to think, like, put yourself also in the mind of the U.S. president for a second, and think of the way the U.S. president likes to think. It's very transparent. I'm not saying that to insult, but it's usually very transparent. He also resorts to sort of crude tactics. If you wanted to intimidate somebody, if you were in the U.S. president's position, what would you do? you would naturally do things like start sabotage operations inside of Iran. We saw that also in Venezuela, so it does have a precedent to it. We saw them also do that inside of Venezuela, and it creates, like I said, that psychological precedent in the Iranians' minds that they don't have control of their country at that point, which is horrifying. So I think that would be something that they're doing. We've also seen retaliation today by the U.S. officials. After they left the talks, we saw that immediately the U.S. put massive sanctions on the Iranian fleet and also any type of trade that they're doing with foreign countries. So there's clear retaliation going on, and I think this is part of it.
Yeah, I'd have to say that might be the case. Also, on top of that, I saw someone say, no, it's actually the Iranian government trying to burn the bodies. Now, they actually don't have to do that. Not to sound a little bit morbid and really clinical here about this, but the Iranians apparently have some sort of a uniform or, I guess you could say, central disposal point for corpses of the executed during the massacres that conducted earlier in the year, because we've seen hundreds of body bags being brought into Tehran, and apparently they're either buried in mass graves outside of the city at some central area, or they're being cremated within some larger facility within the Tehran area, or they're being spread out throughout all the crematories in Tehran to be cremated across the entirety of the city, and then have their ashes disposed of some other way to where there's really not a lot of evidence or proof. So they don't really have to do anything creative like setting an army barracks on fire to burn the bodies. They do run the country. It's not like they're having to come up with some sort of a clandestine way to do it. They literally just send them off to the crematories or to a mass grave off in the desert and then just throw them all in there. A lot like how the Turks did during the Armenian genocide back in the First World War. They just sent them on a death march, and you wouldn't really find much of any proof of the Armenian genocide in the modern day, because much like the situation with the Iranians, they generally are just making sure that the desert basically buries any evidence of anything. So I hope that addresses that the best I can. That wouldn't necessarily be the case. This is clearly highly likely an intelligence force activity, and I would actually have to kind of agree with Matthew. I think that it might be a combination of both. But moving on out of that, we have also seen that the Iranians today have conducted some ballistic missile tests with pictures clearly showing the launch trails of ballistic missiles that were launched throughout the day, and we've also seen that the Iranians are still racing to try and protect their nuclear programs. So we've seen more satellite photography coming out showing that they are trying to once again fortify their nuclear sites and also try and make sure to restore some of them to an operational capacity so that they can try and keep their nuclear research and development operations ongoing. Clearly does show that they are still working on nuclear weaponry without a doubt, and we are still looking at that as a larger crisis that is developing within the current time. We've also seen that the United States, apparently, according to the U.S. Department of State, has issued 3 advisories urging American citizens to leave Iran. Americans should also expect heightened security measures, road closures, disruptions to public transport, and possible internet restrictions. So the whole gamut of things that the Iranians could throw at anyone. Apparently, the U.S. Department of State is warning Americans that are somehow in Iran to be aware of. Another interesting incident that happened today, this one isn't too crazy and we really don't know why this happened, but a cold storage facility went hot today and caught on fire. Not really a lot more to work off of there rather than this just happened. It was near Tabriz, but I do have to say that it's kind of ironic that it's a cold storage facility. I feel like this fire is the opposite of cold.
I feel like it's hot storage now. They're roasting this stuff like boiled peanuts at this point. They're getting some cooking action going on.
Man, they turned this thing into a massive Dutch oven. Like it's not even a refrigerator anyway.
Man, I'm not gonna lie. Their cold storage facility looks like a Guantanamo Bay. Like, what the hell's up with this like perimeter around it?
I have no clue. Like, I don't even know. It's wild sort of a thing, you know, the size of the fire and how voracious it is, but I really don't know why the hell this does look like Gitmo. Hopefully they're not conducting enhanced interrogations against the turkeys that are inside of that building, you know, the ones that are in cold storage. But moving on out of that and out of northern Tabriz, we did also get to see that today the Iranians were trying to still gather more information on the Abraham Lincoln. This time they're not daring enough, though, to send the drone out into the Arabian Sea to go get smacked by an F-35, so they flew it on the very tip of the Iranian border with Pakistan, at the very edge of the ocean, and were trying to look out as far as they could to try and find the Lincoln. I'm sure they didn't find it.
Oh man, that's hilarious. That the whole thing got shy all of a sudden. It was a big, bold, boisterous drone. It was a big fella a few days ago until his brethren had an unfortunate fate and met the ocean. So now they're playing it a little bit more safe. They're probably worried about losing too many because I'm not sure how many of these surveillance drones they actually have in their arsenal, but they're probably getting worried they're going to lose them all.
Yeah, I think so. Like, I had to say, that little strike by the F-35 apparently put the Iranians in fear, even that one hit, because now they won't even let their drones fly out into the ocean. Now they literally keep them at the beach. Like, that's the farthest they go, is flying right over the beach, which still gives them about 10 to 15 miles of territorial waters as a buffer zone, and then it flies back in an orbit, back into Iran, and then back around again. So, you know, it does appear that it did strike a little bit of fear into them, at least on the military side of things. The carrier group that they're trying to get some information on, they didn't even really have to try that hard, because CENTCOM did put out some pictures today that went pretty hard. And I also got to say, Matthew, is the Arabian Sea known for having inversions? Because I don't really feel like they have the Wasatch Range around here, you know?
I don't know what's up with us. It's like a bit of a pollution or smog or something out there. I'm not sure really what's causing that. But I will say though, that fleet looks very formidable out there. I will admit that's a very, very good sight.
I can actually tell you, Matthew, where this is coming from. You want to know?
Where's it coming from?
It's coming from India. This is actually all the pollution from India. Generally, the prevailing winds blow southwesterly over India, so it's blowing out all of their pollution over the Arabian Sea, and that's where all of that smog is coming from.
Well, damn.
That's crazy, isn't it?
They might need to get a grip on that, actually. That's pretty bad. They're literally polluting the water and the air of the sea. That's wild work.
And also, some people are saying it looks like fog. It isn't fog, because fog is pretty prevalent usually whenever there's a larger temperature change, like in the early morning. But these pictures, from what we know, were taken almost around noontime, local time in that area. So this is generally some sort of smog or pollution that's being blown out by the winds out of India and on into the Arabian Sea. So a little bit crazy with that. It really kind of gives you a good look at what that's kind of like. And also you can see here that once they're above the pollution, aka what we would call here in Salt Lake the inversion, you can see that the pictures come out really crisp, which is nice to see. But anyways, we also got to see some other pictures from the Lincoln today, from the deck, of them operating some MH-60 Seahawks. Actually, oh, I'm sorry, everyone. Whoopsie daisy. I actually didn't even realize this, but this isn't number 72. This is number 79. This is the JFK and sea trials. The JFK did complete its sea trials with flying colors, so it will be accepted by the Navy, and now they'll begin final fitting out so it can finally enter service and replace the USS Nimitz, which is being decommissioned currently. Sorry about that. This actually isn't from the Arabian Sea, and you can tell because the skies out here are perfectly clear because this is off of the northern Atlantic, just off of the U.S. East Coast.
We got to take back everything, even the smog talk. We got to take it back.
Man, no. We don't have to take back the smog talk. The smog talk on the JFK is correct. Like, this is the JFK, the CVN 72.
Oh, okay.
This is
I got you.
Yeah, this is CVN 79. This is the JFK. You know, I actually heard that this one sits there and goes, "Ask not what you can do. Oh, well, ask not what your carrier can do for you. Ask what you can do for your carrier." I'm about to get that messed up. Whoa, Jack. But anyways, moving on from that, pretty good news to hear about the JFK. Moving on out of that little bit of news, it is time for us to pop on over to the United States of America for a moment, because the U.S. did have a reaction today to the diplomatic talks failing, although they're generally hiding that under a good bit of wraps, or generally just public statements that are misleading a lot of people. We did get to hear that the U.S. did put sanctions on Iran today, and they stated the following. Today, the Department of State is sanctioning multiple entities, individuals, and vessels to stem the flow of revenue that the regime in Tehran uses to support terrorism abroad and repress its citizens. As part of this action, the Department of State is identifying 14 Shadow Fleet vessels as property of entities involved in the transportation of Iranian petroleum, petroleum products, and petrochemical products. Furthermore, the Department of State is sanctioning 15 entities that have traded in Iranian origin crude oil, and yada yada yada, as well as 2 associated individuals. Time and time again, the Iranian government has prioritized its destabilizing behavior over the safety and security of its own citizens, as demonstrated by the regime's mass murder of peaceful protesters. The United States will continue to act against this network of shippers and traders involved in the transport and acquisition of Iran's crude oil and other oil products, which constitutes the regime's primary source of income. The United States also slapped what everyone knows, we call it the president's fortune, the 25% tariff. Against all nations purchasing goods or services from Iran. The tariffs are basically the #1 move of the president, the real go-getter. So we do have sanctions against the Iranians right now that have been leveraged today, or at least against countries that are purchasing goods and services from Iran. And we have also implemented other forms of sanctions against the Islamic Republic of Iran for the failure at the negotiating table today. So we currently have that going on right now. Moving us on out of all of that, we do have to cover that the Royal Air Force is moving in larger force into the area. 6 British F-35Bs have moved to Akrotiri Air Base in Cyprus with the support of 2 E-330 Voyager tankers, which I do have to say, the A330 is a pretty cool aircraft, and I think it's really cool that they have tanker variants of the A330. We also were able to see that within Syria, as a smaller note, the annexation of the SDF's territory by the Jelani regime is continuing, and we can see that columns and convoys of the Syrian interim government continue to permeate within the northeasterly regions and are still trying to integrate some of the bureaucratic functions and operations of the SDF into the Jelani regime. Nothing
Nice
too...
trucks, by the way.
I will have to say, those are... Whose trucks are those, though? Who provided those to them? They're not American.
Those wouldn't happen to be Turkish, would they?
Huh. Turkish?
Yeah.
I think they might be. I don't... Well, no, they have the Kirby. I don't know whose these are, folks. Let us know. What armored car is this? I'd be interested in knowing. But moving us on out of that bit of news, out of Syria, because that's really a more minor note, at least for today, we have also been able to hear, just to add this to our Middle Eastern news, these 2 points before we move on, that ISIS has taken credit for the mosque attack that happened in Islamabad, which just yesterday the Pakistanis were trying to claim the Indians were the ones who actually did that by supporting a pro-Indian terrorist group within Pakistan. It turns out ISIS was the one that did it, and they've taken credit today. Additionally, we've also seen that at Diego Garcia, there is still a decent amount of aircraft here, not a large amount like B-2s and whatnot, but we were able to see 2 P-8 Poseidons, which are generally anti-submarine and maritime patrol aircraft that were present, along with 2 MC-130J Commando 2s and 3 KC-135 Stratotankers, which are all present and visible during the satellite photography, which we can see right here on screen. We don't really know what's up with this group, and we could go into a lot of speculation about it, but that's currently the force presence at Diego Garcia at the moment. And so with that, folks, we're now going to be moving on out of the Middle East and into our interim news, which is the Chinese illegal nuclear test that the U.S. is alleging that they've conducted. And before we get on into that, though, I do have to say that I thank all 90,000 of y'all who have watched so far for being here with us tonight. And not only that, the whopping 17.3 thousand people who were here at the peak. I have to say that we're always entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many of y'all continue to consider this channel to be a primary source of news, and I hope that y'all found our news coverage and analysis of what's going on in the Middle East to be of sound quality and well researched tonight. I made sure to do a decent amount of research before we came on air about anti-mine or mine-sweeping countermeasures and such things to be able to talk about the situation in the Strait of Hormuz somewhat more accurately, and I hope that it is reflected in our analysis that we were able to do earlier. But before we move on into the rest of our news, particularly from China and primarily Europe, with a little bit of extra news coming out of America, I do want to make sure that we take 3 questions from the chat, and then we're going to be moving on into the massive news that we've gotten out of China and Europe. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so with that, jumping into our first of 3 of our first segment of Super Chats, this one goes to none other than Nick Hines. And thank you very much, Nick, for that very generous $100 support, the largest one of the night. And we do appreciate that support because, like we always say, kind of like a broken record, it's that support that keeps the channel running, and we do appreciate that. And Nick said, LSA forever. And do you think Israel might strike Iran before the United States?
That's a good question, and I'm thinking that in this particular instance, they probably might not. We're not really hearing a lot of talk from the Israelis at the moment about really wanting to conduct strikes, and they usually kind of telegraph that a little bit if they are going to, because we've seen that in the past, and they don't really seem to be doing that right now. So if they are planning on that, they are keeping that under wraps this time, which is highly unusual for them from what we've seen before. Or they might be waiting to see when the U.S. strikes Iran, and then they will join in. And I think that's more so what's going to likely happen, is that the Israelis are just going to wait for the U.S. to open up their strikes, and they will be there dropping bombs on Iran at the very moment that the U.S. is as well. I think that's what they're generally waiting for at the moment, and I don't really think the Israelis are going to go out of their way to attack, because the U.S. might also be signaling to them we don't have enough air defenses in the area yet, so don't do that because we were not ready to set up a proper air defense when the Iranians fire back at y'all or us. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And a humongous thanks to you for that massive and incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running. If it wasn't for folks like you that went out of your way to support this channel, hundreds of thousands and millions of people a month would not be able to listen to this channel. Y'all help us, the few that support the channel, to pay our bills and keep the lights on so everyone else can truly enjoy free and well-researched news. And we thank you massively for that, because if it wasn't for folks like you, the entire dream wouldn't work. That sounds like a company out there somewhere, but still, a huge thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And our second super chat goes to none other than Mark Ead. And thank you very much, Mark, for that $50 support. And we also appreciate that very much and very generously as well. And Mark said, greetings, enforcers and enforcerettes, and peel off one from the chat. An LSA from New Zealand in the South.
Hey, and a big shout out to Mark Ead, New Zealander of the South, a part of the LSA's New Zealand Brigade. And I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep rolling, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to peel one right out of the chat, like a peach, a banana, a delicious fruit. I don't know which one's peel, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Bananas peel, oranges peel. Hell, I think every fruit peels except for apples. Am I wrong? Am I wrong on that? I don't know. But beyond that, I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And I got to thank you massively for being one of the folks who supports this channel prolifically on the near daily. You help us out a lot in making this thing possible. And so with that, Matthew, what do we got from the live chat in honor of Mark E?
And the live chat question goes to Bread and Butter, who said, could you show us what a modern marine mine even looks like?
Let me, actually, they have a lot of different looks. Let's see. Let me go pull up a U.S. sea mine to be able to try and show you one of those, if I can. Oh, geez. I'm going to have to try and look around for one of these, because I'm trying to see which ones are which. Oh, I think this is, I think these are the ones. Right here. Yeah, here they are. I believe these are it. They're basically just bombs these days. That's what we have. But the Iranians have the old classic sea mine like this one. They generally use these. I don't know what the variant is called inside of Iran, but these are the ones that they drop off in the water. And no, they do not bob above the water line, and that's something that I think a lot of people are kind of a little bit confused on, because a lot of people say, well, just hit them with a drone. You can't see them with a drone. These things are about 10 feet below the water line, or 8 feet below the water line, and at that depth, in most areas of the ocean with the sun shining on the ocean surface, you're never going to see these. That's why there's such a huge risk. You can't see them. They don't float on the surface to where you can visibly see the little spikes jutting out of the side that if you press onto one, it's going to blow up. That's not how that works. So generally, that's why you would have to send in minesweepers, like the CH-53 with a minesweeping sled, or a actual minesweeping boat, to be able to try and take a look around, find out where they are, and then defuse them physically. So a little bit interesting sort of a deal. I actually would unfortunately tell you that I'm a little bit ignorant on what the United States would use as a sea mine. That appears to be what we would use as a sea mine, but unfortunately that's something that I didn't really research a lot today. So I'd have to do a little bit of additional research and figuring to try and figure out exactly what we use. But the Iranians, let me go pull up an Iranian sea mine. Iranian sea mines are quite literally those. That's one that is actually broken from its tether right there. But let me see if I can find you. Here we go. Here are the Iranians on board one of their own boats, actually deploying the mines off the deck. So these are literally like your classic sea mine that you would know from, say, the Second World War. But still, I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I also just saw someone say a Mark 66. Let me go pull that up. Mark 66 sea mine. Let's go take a little gander at this. So let's see here. Oh, this is like from the First World War. So this is basically what you're saying the modern ones look like, for the Iranians at least, and they really do look like that. But anyways, a huge thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, folks, we are on to the final question of this segment, and then we're going to be getting on into the rest of our major news of the illegal nuclear tests in China, and also the attempted assassination today of a Russian general of the Spetsnaz. So Matthew, what is our final question of this segment?
All right, so the final one of this segment goes to none other than Howard Mendelson, another longtime channel legend, and thank you very much, Howard, for that $50 support, and that is very generous of you, and we do appreciate that. He said, what does Iran have to do before we take action? And they have to do absolutely nothing. That's the beautiful part about it. Iran has no responsibilities at all. All they have to do is sit back, keep being sickos in the government, and we will do the work. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say generally nothing. I have to agree with Matthew there. They don't really have to do anything. We could conduct military actions against Iran at any moment. We have plenty of justification to do anything to them right now for two reasons. One, crimes against humanity, and two, development and research of nuclear weaponry, which is a violation of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, I believe, of 1960. So those two general reasons right there give us all the reason we need to go ahead and start conducting strikes on Iran, no matter what they do. So I hope that does address it the best I can, and a huge thanks to you once again for support, and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, it is time for us, folks, to move on into the rest of our news for the night. We have some real interesting ones. It's time to bring y'all to China. We've got something crazy coming out of China. Way off in the faraway lands, western China, we have apparently been told that according to the United States Secretary of State, Thomas G. Dinano, who is the, let's see, and this is the official account of the Undersecretary of the Department of State for Arms Control and International Security. The following was stated while I stammer my way through that. I sound like King George VI. I have a get it out, Bertie. Stammer. But anyways, with that, we have been able to hear that China has conducted nuclear explosive tests, including preparing for tests with designated yields in the hundreds of tons. China has used decoupling, a method to decrease the effectiveness of seismic monitoring to hide its activities from the world. China conducted one such yield producing nuclear test on the 22nd of June of 2020. So it appears that according to the United States Undersecretary of State, Thomas G. Dinano, or Dinino, whichever way you want to say it, the Chinese have conducted an illegal nuclear test. I do want to say this, though. From what we know, it's not a megaton. So luckily, it's not like absolutely freaking ginormous nuclear weapon. Apparently, it's in the hundreds of tons. So, actually, I'll be entirely honest with you. I don't know if he means the hundreds of tons as in megatons or in the hundreds of tons, because that actually would be, I believe, two different measurements. Tons is smaller than megatons. So, we're going to have to look into that one. Matthew, could you get us some information on that? Is, like, hundreds of tons, how big would that be on average? Because it apparently, at least in this specific wordage, is not megatons. So how large would these explosive yields be that they're supposedly testing on a rough ballpark estimate?
Yeah, let's see if we can get that information real quick here. Let's see if we can get a clarification on how big this is. So I see a bunch of mainstream outlets reporting the hundreds of tons quotation that we see there in the post, but I'm not seeing any clarification of exactly how large these are. So that is interesting here. I have a distinct feeling that maybe he's referring to perhaps a different unit of measurement, because I don't think they measure it in just tons, do they? I think it's in kilotons or megatons, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe so. And I would have to say that this is a rather confusing thing for that reason, because we don't really know what the hell he's even really saying, because now that I'm looking at it, folks, there is no such thing as just hundreds of tons. It's usually hundreds of kilotons or hundreds of megatons, which are generally the measurements of explosive size that we use and are commonly familiar with in America on explosive mass. I don't really see anyone out there just using tons as a system of measurement without adding kilotons or megatons to the answer.
So it does appear that pretty much every single nuclear warhead that China possesses, they obviously have a whole wide range of yields, from smaller yields to more high yield capabilities. But generally speaking, their modern strategic warheads roughly have a yield of about 650 kilotons. We're talking about kilotons there, not just tons. You got to add the kilo part to it. Also, we are seeing that apparently some of the older warheads have a 4.4 megaton yield all the way up to a 4.5 megaton yield. So I'm not seeing any warhead that they even have here that is anything around the ton range. It appears to be much larger than that.
So it appears, folks, according to some folks in the chat, and let me make sure to check this. Let's see, how large kiloton? Let's find out. So that would be 1,000 tons of TNT. So it appears that if they're conducting any tests, these are almost tactical nuclear in size, apparently, because if this is in the hundreds of tons, which we don't really use as a conventional measurement, usually it's something along the lines of kilotons or megatons. If it's just hundreds of tons, that means that this is smaller than, these explosions have been smaller than a singular kiloton, which is fairly small in its own right, especially for nuclear weaponry. So these are fairly small nuclear tests that are apparently being conducted, and they're saying that the reason why these tests were conducted and are generally not really being noticed that much by most countries is that they're using a system called decoupling, which apparently decreases the effectiveness of seismic monitoring, where, you know, say if an earthquake goes off somewhere that's a certain magnitude at a certain height, we go, ah, yes, that's clearly some sort of a nuclear test. So apparently they've been trying to avoid people finding out about their nuclear testing, according to the Undersecretary, by only conducting tests in the hundreds of tons, and generally conducting these, from what we know, in the fissure of a mountain somewhere within western China in the Xinjiang province of the Western Theater Command. We actually got a satellite picture today that apparently shows this nuclear facility, according to the Wall Street Journal, using Maxar satellite photography. This appears to be the facility in question. You can actually see the tunnel entrance here that leads into the fissure inside of the mountain, to where they were able to conduct these nuclear tests at a fairly small scale. These are not wildly large. This is not like the Tsar bomb they're detonating in this mountain over and over. It's fairly small. So apparently, from what we know, the U.S. is now onto this, and they are making a fairly big diplomatic deal about this. Because what's interesting, folks, is that by international treaty, nuclear testing has actually been banned for decades, and China is actually one of the signing members of that testing ban treaty. That's why the United States hasn't been conducting any nuclear tests as of late. But apparently, we're now saying that the Chinese have conducted a nuclear test about 6 years ago, nearly, really 5.5 years ago at this point, inside of this mountain in that tunnel. And what are people thinking about that, Matthew? At least how the United States came to know about it, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so now that U.S. officials are claiming that China's conducted covert nuclear tests for mega nukes or perhaps even tactical nukes, what does this mean? 45% said a Chinese general likely leaked the information, and that's how the USA knows about it, while 30% said the U.S. has known about it, but they've been covering it up the entire time, and 11% said it sounds like U.S. propaganda for their own reasons. And there's a couple of caveats here that makes me think that maybe this is information that could have been leaked by a Chinese general or some type of Chinese official, because there's a couple of different key words that they included there. For one thing, they said it was very hard to detect these Chinese nuclear tests because they use something or a technique called decoupling. And what that means is they go under the Earth's soil and they find areas that are cavernous, like for example underground like salt caves and things like this, and they'll actually detonate the nuke from there, which actually buffers some of the seismic effect from the nuclear explosion and makes it very hard to detect on seismographs by U.S. intelligence. So that part right there is very detailed. That is something there that likely came from human or human intelligence. They probably learned that through a Chinese source, because otherwise how do they know about it? They would have to hear about it from someone that had that inside knowledge. And once again, if they can't detect it and they can barely see it, then how'd they learn about it? So I have a strong suspicion that a Chinese general likely did leak that information. We did see accusations against the most recent ousting of a Chinese general that allegedly he might have leaked some nuclear information to the United States, and it could be the U.S. got the information from him, perhaps. So I'm with the 47%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that I would be highly likely of the belief that these are the nuclear secrets that Zheng Yuzha may have disclosed to the United States. Like, that now is starting to add two and two together. I don't know if you just thought of that, Matthew, but that just hit me. The Chinese just arrested the guy saying he told nuclear secrets to the United States. The U.S. has now just come out and said, we know that the Chinese are doing this, and the reason why they weren't caught 6 years ago is because of this, that, and the other. How in the world would they know about that unless it was Zheng Yuzha who told them? So apparently he did tell nuclear secrets to the United States of America, because now we're openly saying that we know about this thing.
Yeah, they had to learn about the technique somehow. Now obviously we can't prove that he was the exact person to give that information, but the U.S. is wording it in a way that makes it sound like they knew about it the entire time. But if you really examine the statement closely, I still am of the strong belief that they just learned about it and now they're trying to pretend like they knew. But that this is explaining why we didn't detect them previously, is because China's using the decoupling method to prevent the seismographic activity from being picked up on our sensors. So that might explain it. Also, by the way, from a world peace perspective, that's not good that China's been testing nukes again, because I believe China was also a party to our nuclear de-escalation treaty. Am I correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, so that means they were violating it, if this is indeed the case, which is not good. And also makes you wonder, why is China developing brand new nuclear weapons if they truly want peace? Seems a little bit strange. Seems almost kind of like Russia a little bit. So I suspect this will likely trigger a proportional response by the United States. It will probably give the United States permission to start testing our own nukes and doing underground tests ourselves to try to match this new threat that we just learned about.
Isn't it weird how all of these peace-loving countries just want to come up with many different ways of harming as many people as they can? It's so interesting to me about that, you know? It's like, I gotta be honest. Oh my god. Dude, I gotta be honest with you. Every time we look at China, it's actually quite shocking how the reality of China is, you know, I'm not gonna lie. But beyond that, though, I would have to say that clearly the Chinese general definitely did leak this, and it appears that the Chinese are trying to work on the development of new nuclear weaponry, possibly even using the smaller explosions to try and create proofs of concept of different forms of warhead designs that they would then scale up after these tests are concluded. So with that in mind, I hope that does address that news as well. And it's now time for us to move on over and into Cuba. This is our last piece of news before we get on into all the big ones inside of Europe. The U.S. is gathering some general intelligence against the Cubans. We flew a little RC-135V all the way around Cuba today. It was just sniffing, observing, looking, listening. It was doing what it normally does. It's gathering information, that's basically it. So moving on out of the area of the Caribbean, I'm going to make that mysterious, but to be entirely honest, it just is what it is. Moving on from that, though, it's time for us to get on into Moscow. We have a myriad of interesting things to talk about out of Moscow today. First off, we were able to confirm that a Russian general was nearly assassinated today outside of his apartment. We hear that the guy is clinging on to life right now, but to give you all a little bit of the story, an assassination attempt was carried out in Moscow against Lieutenant General Vladimir Alexeyev of the Russian Ministry of Defense. An unidentified person fired 3 shots into his back and then fled the scene. The Lieutenant General has been hospitalized with gunshot wounds.
In the back, that's a cowardly move. Like, what kind of assassin is this? Like the coward of the county?
Well, it's smart kind. You're not trying to give him a fair fight. You know, it's like
yeah, but I mean, in the back though. I mean, that's usually like considered pretty rough even for assassins.
Well, I mean, you know, like that's how they do it. I mean, like that's how everyone does it. You're never going to sit there and get in front of someone and say, you know, Donald Trump says hello, pop, you know, or something like, you know, or President Zelensky says hello. You're never going to do that. I mean, like that'd be ridiculous. You don't want the guy to ever see you. I mean, what if he lived? Then he could sit there when he wakes up and he goes, he's 5'7", he's got brown hair, he looks like the, you know, and then he's got all the info on you. So you don't want to be seen. I mean, like that's just. Like, assassinations are cowardly things for the most part. You know, you never give anyone a fair chance. But beyond that, though, what I'd have to tell you, though, is a little bit of additional information about this guy. This guy was the Deputy General of the Russian GRU. The Russian GRU is the Special Forces Command of the Russian Federation that operates the Spetsnaz. It operates basically every single special force and intelligence agency that's generally out there in the Russian Federation. So this guy was on up there as far as special operations go. He was involved in the Syrian Civil War. He was involved in the war in Ukraine, still was involved in the war in Ukraine. And he was also involved in the Russian Federation's actions against the Wagner unit during the Wagner coup of the summer of 2023. So this guy has been around the block and seen a lot. Apparently, he's not going to be seeing a lot more, or might not be seeing a lot more from this point on here soon, because apparently he's fighting for his life in the hospital right now. And what is even crazier, folks, this is where it enters clown world sorts of realities for Russia. This guy is the Deputy General of the entirety of the Russian GRU. So this guy is the second in command, basically, second command general of the Special Operations Command in Russia. This guy lives in an apartment building on the 25th from what we understand, he was shot in the stairwell of the 25th floor of this building, which suggests that the building he was in did not have a working elevator, and he was having to walk down all 25 flights of stairs to get to the bottom of the building to leave it. That means that every day this guy goes to work, he has to walk down 25 flights of stairs, and then every day he comes home, he has to walk up 25 flights of stairs. So this guy is getting his steps in before he even gets to work. Another thing that's even crazier is that not a single security camera in this building or on the entire block works, because nobody has any security camera footage of the guy who shot him. Nobody even knows what he looks like. So right now the assassin is entirely at large. Nowhere to be found, nowhere to be seen. You know, it's really something absolutely insane. I'm not going to lie to you, because it's almost like this was well planned. When they knew that there was no security cameras here, and the guy also had a very arduous climb in and out of the building every day, and they picked him because he was an easier target. A little bit of weird, I'll have to say.
Yeah, it was definitely weird, but they almost got him.
They almost got him. We don't know. Well, they might actually still get him. You know, he's in very critical condition from what we understand, folks. From what we've heard, he lost a lot of blood, basically bleeding out in the stairwell, and so he is in very bad shape in a hospital somewhere in Moscow right now. So we don't really know if the guy's even going to live. He might end up dying in the next several days. But this was some sort of a wild sort of an assassination attempt, and also, because the assassin is at large, we have no clue who in the world was behind this. We assume that it might be the Ukrainians, but it also could have been partisans. It could have been people who were against the Russian government. It could have been someone in his command that had something against him and unwilling that took it out on him and basically tracked him. We don't really know. So we'll be waiting to find out more information on that, but surely an interesting story to say the least. Also, we were able to hear, in other odd circumstances today, that the former Russian Deputy Justice Minister, Sergei Trumpin, was found dead in a bathtub in his Moscow apartment today as well.
A bathtub? Oh man, what's the Deputy Justice Minister, a grown man, doing taking a bath in a bathtub? I mean, come on. I'm not judging anybody, by the way. If you take a bath in a bathtub, you know, good on you. But that's a little strange.
1 second. Hold up. I gotta go get this, man. Where
You got a rubber ducky too.
Hold up, man. I gotta go get this before I even do the next thing. Let's see here. Hold up, man. Oh my god, this is gonna be great. Bruh, this guy was in his bathtub, man, with like a little rubber ducky and the soap all around him. He's going, splish, splash, as taking a bath. And then he hears, of like the door opening. He sees the FSB guys just standing there in the doorway. Bro, he just looks like that in the bathtub, bro. He's like, it's over.
Oh man, I'll tell you what, the rubber ducks, the bubble bath, these deputy justice ministers, they're really something else. They enjoy their luxuries, I guess you could say.
So here's what's crazy, folks. The official explanation of this guy's cause of death is that he drowned in the bath.
Oh my god. I think the FSB does this on purpose. I think they actually do this on purpose. They make it unbelievable. That way people will kind of like, they'll have plausible deniability that they can't really be proven are the ones behind it, but the death will be so odd and so suspicious looking that you'll kind of just sort of know that they did it. It's kind of like in that weird middle ground.
Man, you know, like, I gotta be honest with you. First off, we do have to say that I guess you could call this a wash, considering the way that this guy drowned in the middle of the bathtub. Second thing is that how the hell do you drown in a bathtub? One. And also, one last thing. Does anyone ever think that maybe this is proving a point about how stupid Russian government officials are? I mean, you know, there's an old saying in America that someone is stupid enough that they could drown in a puddle of water. This guy drowned in a bathtub, which is basically a puddle of water. So, I mean, you know, either way you go on this, any direction you take on this, it doesn't really look too good for the Russians, you know. Either the FSB just off the guy, or the guy was stupid enough that he drowned in a bathtub, which I don't even know how the hell you do that.
What's next? Like the reports come out in the Russian media. Oh, top Russian official dies because he breathed too much air. It's like, you know, it's like how ridiculous it is going to get at some point. I mean, remember the ones like, I mean, there's a whole plethora. Like I did a video like a year or two ago on this whole situation, and the list has grown way longer than even it was in that video. I could have named off like 20 to 25 guys that were top like corporate people inside of Russia, that were top government officials that died in the weirdest ways. Like a guy tripped and fell down a huge staircase. One guy tripped and fell out of a hospital window that doesn't even open. One guy slipped and fell in his yacht, busted his head, and somehow got a gunshot wound. It's like all these crazy deaths, like that, drowning in your own bathtub. I think some guy might have drowned by tripping in a puddle of water or something. It was ridiculous, and this is another ridiculous one.
Yeah, and also one other thing, folks. This guy is not old. This was the last pictures that we had of Sergei Trubin before he died in the bathtub. So I mean, he looks like he's in his maybe I don't know early 50s. He's not that old though. It's not like he's so old and feeble that he could truly drown in a bathtub. This guy could easily get himself out of the bathtub. So the FSB probably off the guy in Moscow, and they just went with the story that he drowned in the bathtub. They're getting kind of a little bit more creative though, outside of the window falling trick. Now it's drowning in the bathtub. Next thing you know, they're gonna Final Destination someone and say that they walked into the bathroom and slipped and hit their head on the perfect corner edge of the marble countertop. That's probably the next thing they're going to go with.
Well, even worse, forgetting this guy for a second that drowned in the bathtub, the general, they got shot by the unknown assailant who got him in the back. That facility, or not the facility, but that apartment building that he was in, allegedly, the reports are the CCTV was out when that shooting happened. So they don't even have video of the shooter because the cameras were out. So that's also a little bit suspicious. Now, granted, it could be a legit situation, like it could be simply a malfunction, and maybe they didn't turn the cameras back on or something, but I don't know. It seems like the cameras tend to be out quite a bit when something like that happens.
Man, I tell you, man, I'd hate to be in Russia with the fact that no security cameras ever work when you need them to. They always seem to have that little tendency of just going out. But one thing I will say, though, is that we did get a bunch of eyewitness testimony. Well, not eyewitness, but interviewed testimony from people who lived in that apartment building. And they had actually been saying that they had been putting in complaints for months that the CCTV cameras and a whole bunch of other stuff had not been working in that building for months. So it wasn't something that just happened spontaneously. Apparently, this guy lived in a dive somewhere in Moscow, and they weren't maintaining the premises.
Yeah, it could be, possibly. And also, by the way, it's like, is an apartment building well prioritized keeping cameras online? Probably not, especially if it's a very, not very good apartment building. It could be the case.
Could be the case. And I mean, if you look around Moscow, in these apartment buildings, that's not even a 26-story one. He must have been living in a Brezhnevka, because Brezhnevka he was living in
must have been living in a Brezh crapload.
Oh, bro, he was living in that Brezh shitka. But I mean, hell, these buildings aren't even here. Where the hell did they? What the hell? Look at this. They're not here, but on the map, they're here. Oh, these are new. Okay, that's like one of the few new developments that they have in Russia. Is there any examples of a 26-story building in Moscow at all beyond Moscow City? Is there a singular one? I can't find a single one, man. I'm trying to find a building like that to show y'all an example of it. Did this guy live in, the outskirts?
I'm not really sure where the actual apartment was. I didn't actually geolocate it.
Damn. These are looking heinous. Dude. Here, let me see if I get close to these. Jesus. This place is overgrown.
Honestly, you kind of want it overgrown. You want this place as hidden as it can get.
Man, this is, folks, the Ukrainians in the middle of the early part of the war in Ukraine, they came out with a game called Stalker, I believe it's Heart of Chernobyl 2, if I'm not mistaken, or Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl, I believe. I think their inspiration for that wasn't even the Chernobyl exclusion zone. I think it was just the suburbs of Moscow, because this looks about like Pripyat does right now, and it's been abandoned for 30 years. This is lived in. I mean, look, people are hanging out their clothes to dry out on their apartment balconies and stuff. And also, look at all that mold.
Ew, that's nasty as hell.
Man, I gotta tell y'all, folks, I mean, I'm just gonna be kind of straight up. I mean, this is that dream that, folks like Tucky G want all Americans living, because Russia is truly far better, moral, and just superior to America in every conceivable way. I mean, this really does say it in more ways than one.
Also, by the way, real quick, I gotta interrupt this talk about the nasty crappas in Moscow. We gotta jump onto some breaking news. We have some breaking news happening right now about Poland, and we were just about to get to Poland on something else that happened earlier today. But getting to Poland right now, the airspace over eastern Poland has officially been closed, and right now we're being told that fighter aircraft are apparently defending NATO's eastern front, and apparently Lublin and Rezow airports are closed, and we can see on the ADSB information that NATO aircraft are operating in the region, which corresponds with the usual activities, and perhaps even more than that, with protecting the airspace. Because we are seeing that there are drones right now, at this very moment, that Russia has launched toward the most western part of Ukraine that are apparently getting very close to the border. So, not totally sure if they've crossed, but according to the NOTAM, it says unplanned military activity related to ensuring state security, which is the overall blanket statement that they always put on those NOTAMs whenever they're having to do fighter jet activities. So we'll have to wait and see if anything's actually crossed into Polish territory, but right now it's unknown.
They also have a NATO E-3 Sentry up currently over Lublin, and they also have an A330 Voyager aerial tanker of the Royal Dutch Air Force that is currently airborne in the area as well, conducting racetrack. So that definitely indicates that there is at least friendly air activity right now over southeastern Poland, preparing just in case of Russian drones cross to shoot them down. So that is currently ongoing at this moment. And funnily enough, we were literally about to get into the Polish news right when that news came out. And moving us on to some news that we were able to hear earlier today, we're able to hear of another drone incident in Poland. This morning in Poland, a small drone crashed on the grounds of the 1st Air Cavalry Battalion in Lisznica Wielka in the Lodz Voivodeship. This is a second such incident in recent days after a drone crashed in Przemysl on the 28th of January. Military police are investigating this incident as well and are trying to find out why. We don't really know a lot about this thing. The first one was a toy-like drone from what we were able to hear. So we do not know exactly what this one is. It might be another toy-like drone, and if it is, that might indicate that civilians are just messing around. If it isn't, then that means that the Russians are trying to gather intelligence on Polish military facilities, and one of them just got into Poland's hands a second time. So we don't really know what's going on with that. But Matthew, what are people thinking about it? What are you thinking about it as well?
So it looks like the people are thinking very hard on this one, and this is a bit of a big one because they're apparently surveilling army bases inside of Poland, which is obviously sensitive information because that is information that Russia would love to know, what the force dispositions, the amount of assets at the base, they would love to know that information. So it's very critical to know exactly who's behind it. So today is the second incident in just about a week or two, which is concerning because it seems like they're ramping up surveillance, whoever's behind this, of these very critical sites. So what are your thoughts? 65% said Poland is clearly being surveilled by agents on the ground, likely inside of Poland, while 21% said Poland was likely attacked by it and they're trying to cover it up, and 6% said it seems like a civilian incident that simply had a little drone go right over a sensitive location. And I would say I don't really buy that idea about it being a civilian incident. Not everything is a civilian being dumb. That's usually sometimes a cover for more sinister activities. And we do know that in the United States, we have seen documented incidents of foreign nationals coming here to the United States and getting normal consumer level drones, like, for example, Mavics and things like that are available to the civilian market. And they will use those drones to then go surveil very sensitive naval sites, like, for example, the ones in New England that we recently saw. A Chinese national came over and allegedly surveilled it using a civilian drone, and then he was caught. It could be the same thing happening right now inside of Poland. It could be either Russian or Chinese agents that are flying civilian drones around to do surveillance, because those drones work just as good as military drones. They just simply have a shorter range. So all you need is a civilian on the ground to be your operator, and it has the same potential as a military drone at that point. So I'm with the 63%. I think Poland is clearly being surveilled by agents, and they're very interested in the force dispositions at these bases. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd say that I'd be with the 62%. Poland is probably being surveilled by foreign agents. It's just that right now the gendarmerie of the Polish army is generally not making it out to be the case. Maybe trying to downplay it because they've been told by the government of Poland to generally downplay the incident so that way it doesn't become a point of national outrage. So that might be the reasoning for why we're not really hearing a lot of additional detail rather than it's being investigated and looked into. But I would also have to agree with the 62%. I have a feeling it's being surveilled by agents. So with that in mind, we are going to be moving out of Poland and down into Moldova. Moldova sounds like a branded chocolate. I don't know about y'all, but every time I say Moldova, I think of something like Dove chocolate or something like that. Don't you, Matthew?
A little bit, possibly, maybe.
Let's take a look at Moldova. See what? Oh, they don't have a lot of street view here in Moldova. Let's go down into the capital then of Chisinau and take a little look. What does Chisinau look like? And not too bad, actually. I mean, this is pretty decent, all things considered. But anyways, we were able to hear that within Moldova today, near to the border regions, we have been able to hear of another Russian drone entering Moldova. The crash drone was discovered. It's the third case since the beginning of 2026, which shows that the Russians continue to use the airspace of a neighboring country with complete impunity for drone attacks on Ukrainian territory. Which is nothing new, but it is showing that the Russians are continuing to violate Moldovan airspace. Moving us on out of that, I also had to point out that there is a major drone attack going on right now in the Russian Federation. A large amount of Ukrainian drones and missiles have been launched into the country, and we're still waiting for damage reports to come out here soon of what exactly the Ukrainians have been able to hit. Moving us on from that, though, and on down and into the area of our location unknowns, we also were able to get the Russian casualty report, which was provided by none other than Miss Nisa. Oh! And one Bobcat was lost. Hey!
Hey, one Bobcat. Let's go. Look at that. Little juicy.
Would you take a look at that? We don't know what happened in the Kyiv Independence casualty report, folks. We're still trying to figure that one out. But in the meantime, we do have Miss Deesa's excellent record keeping and also her records and casualty report published on Twitter to work off of. According to Miss Deesa, the Russian loss report for day 1,444 is as follows. Personnel loss average drops into the 800s. UAV losses decline, but it's the 18th highest daily loss of the war. Other categories are above average, especially the double-digit APCs. And over the past 24 hours, we have been able to see that 720 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed in the past 24 hours, along with 6 main battle tanks, 11 APCs, 39 artillery systems, 1 MLRS, 2 air defense systems, 826 drones, 162 supply trucks, and 1 Bobcat skid steer. It's quite a good day, I'd have to say. It's a great day in the US of A. It's a wonderful thing to see. It's a good thing to know the Ukrainians are continuing to hold the Russians back and really making them pay dearly for any attempted advance. Our actual frontline news out of Ukraine today was actually a little bit sparse, folks, unfortunately. I generally try and get as much combat footage as we can, and today I was really only able to get 3 clips, most if not all of them coming from the area between Liman and down to Konstantinivka. We didn't get any footage out of the Kupiansk front, the Pokrovsk front, the Huilopol front, or really anywhere else for that matter. It was basically just Konstantinivka and the Severonsky Forest. Moving us on to the Severonsky Forest, we did see that some drone operators of the Signum unit were conducting anti-drone interceptions. And apparently with a great deal of success. Bada boom, boy! And another. And another. And another. And another. And another. And another. Maybe another one. Oh, should I dare insist? Maybe, perhaps another. Well, that's all of them. But come back for more tomorrow. Moving on from that clip and further on down and into the area of Bakhmut, we also got to see a Russian soldier doing a heroic act to save his truck. He said, "No, not my truck, Bliad," and he fell off the truck, and the drone accidentally got him instead of the truck. Well, he did save the truck, but I don't think he saved himself. That we can generally be
Big
guaranteed.
one for the team, Bliat. Look at him. He's a team player. That man looks like that man of Ren and Stimpy when he woke up.
Man, honestly, man, this guy looks like a ghoul from Scooby-Doo. He looks like he's about to go, Kine! But, you know, I
Man,
think...
if only it wasn't for those meddling kids.
If
oh,
only...
man, I hope the Scooby-Doo villain wasn't on an island.
Like, Zoink Scoob, he's in the files! Rag!
Damn it, if it wasn't for you damn kids.
If it wasn't for you meddling citizens. But anyways, moving on from that, we also got to see the Russian turtle tanks getting hit by the Ukrainian armed forces in the Konstantinivka front. Oh, that's an unmanned ground vehicle. Oh, what is this, Russian infantry? Well, who would have ever been more fortunate? Oh, bliat, he says as he runs around the burned out desert cross. For the trees, bliat. And we got to see this one. Oh no, it's another drum, bliat. My life is so tough, bliat. Oh, that one hit a limb. This Russian ears in the wide open. He's like, suka, bliat. Pop, pop, pop. That didn't work. This one's near a tree. Let me run at the tree for shelter. Oh, pop a tree. Bam, and then you got it. And then they hit this outpost here. Well, bam. And then they also hit this basement.
Basement.
Basement dwellers beware.
Hey.
Hey, we were once basement dwellers. All the way back in the
We were
Enforcer.
once basement dwellers, and then we moved into the sky. Well, now we're Stratos dwellers, yeah?
Yes. Let's see. What was that Star Trek episode? It's the mining ore that they're mining. It's making them crazy. Go on, dig. Like in a held them at gunpoint, made them start digging.
Man, I'll tell you what. They were oppressing the troglodytes. I think that was the name of the group on the ground that they was oppressing down. They're having them dig up the ore out of the caves.
What type of name was that? The troglodytes. like, I don't even understand what the hell that was supposed to be. But anyways, with that, we are going to be moving on out of the front, as that was all of our footage for today. And we're now going to be moving on into Kyiv to cover the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky. And so, without further ado, folks, if it loads, here is the speech. Pooch!
Bitch!
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці. Перше. Повітряні сили Збройних сил. Будуть там кадрові зміни наразі в частині областей, в підрозділах те, що стосується захисту від російських шахедів. Компонент малої ППО саме протидії ударним дронам повинен працювати значно сильніше і не допускати тих проблем, які зараз є. На частині напрямків рубежі захисту побудовані краще, на частині напрямків треба ще попрацювати і значно попрацювати. Важливо, що міністр оборони України займається цією тематикою. Командувач повітряних сил отримав додаткові доручення. І є достатньо. Достатньо сил всередині наших сил оборони та безпеки України, достатньо досвіду, який можна і треба масштабувати. Все те, що працює реально на тому чи іншому напрямку, на тому чи іншому рівні, повинно застосовуватись всюди, де результатів поки що менше. І кожен день має значення. Всі рішення повинні впроваджуватись максимально оперативно. Такий же підхід в енергетиці. Немає тижнів чи місяців на ремонти та постачання обладнання. І багато речей активно прискорюються. Я хочу подякувати усім ремонтним бригадам. Я хочу подякувати кожному працівнику тих комунальних служб, які реально допомагають. І також хочу подякувати ДСНС України та всім енергокомпаніям. Багато дійсно героїчної роботи. Дякую обласній та місцевій владам, тим, які справді ефективні. Часто так буває, що першочергові звіти про ремонти на кілька тижнів виявляються неточними і можна прискорити роботу. На кожному селекторі саме це значна частина обговорень, терміни, прискорення, пошук та постачання додаткового обладнання. Всі в Україні готові допомагати. І реально всі допомагають Києву. Це багато громад, дуже багато. Державні компанії. Все направляють зараз свій ресурс. Всі. Ситуація в столиці дуже складна досі. Більш ніж 1100 будинків без опалення. Людям з таких будинків має бути надано більше допомоги. І також загалом важливо максимально цифровізувати все, що стосується проблем, які є, наявних проблем, наявних потреб людей, того, чим і як допомагають людям. Чим більше буде такої цифровізації, тим менше часу буде витрачати ще й на перевірку звітів. Ще кілька речей. На завтра я призначив нараду з нашою делегацією. Хлопці повертаються в Україну. Сьогодні, пізно ввечері, завтра будуть доповіді по тих чутливих аспектах перемовин в Абу-Дабі, про які не можна говорити телефоном. Ми готуємось до наступних зустрічей тристоронніх. Завтра ж ми будемо говорити з європейськими партнерами. Також зараз в Америці працює наша парламентська дипломатія, голова парламенту Руслан Стефанчук. Ми з ним проговорювали перед поїздкою, що потрібно найбільше. Це стосується підтримки нашої держави, наших людей. І також перемовин. Вже були зустрічі Руслана зі спікером Джонсоном, з конгресменами та з багатьма нашими друзями України в Америці. Був український молитовний сніданок. Усім я хочу подякувати за підтримку. Дякую, Руслане, за продуктивну парламентську дипломатію. Всі сили нашої держави, всі зараз мають бути направлені на одне – підтримку України, підтримку українців, підтримку нашого захисту, нашої стійкості, нашої незалежності. Підтримка для України – це наближення умов, коли війна для Росії втратить сенс. Обов'язково. Слава Україні!
Herum Slava.
And that's the end of the speech from the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, here on this day of 1444 of the news from around the world. And it's time for us folks to move on into our second segment of the stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And boy, howdy folks, it's going to be an incredibly wonderful and incredible time. We'll be able to talk about anything and everything except for religion, politics, climate change, or whether the A-10's relevant in modern warfare or not. And I do have to say, folks, that it's going to be one hell of a time. That I can tell you. I can promise you that. I can tell you that. I can guarantee you that with a great deal of certainty. But before we get on into that, though, there's one last piece of news that I did not cover yet that is in Moscow that I forgot to cover before we got to the speech from Zelensky. Because we covered the other two guys dying in the bathtub and getting shot. And so I completely forgot that the Russian economy is dying today as well. And it has plummeted quite significantly. Oil and gas revenues have dropped another whopping 50% in profits. That's not good. And that generally means that the Russian economy is very close to collapsing. Maybe even imploding. And a lot of people are wondering, well, how much longer can they last? Can they last a long time like this, or is it basically over for them? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? What are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so Russia is bleeding out in many different ways, including their oil and gas revenue. It's been dropping consistently for the past year or 2 years, and now it had a huge drop in January. This last month has been brutal on the Russian oil and gas industry, which is attributed mainly to the seizures of tankers that we've been seeing happening, and also all the different, let me get rid of this bot real quick. But also all the different strikes on oil facilities inside of Russia. So how can Russia withstand these losses? Because right now they're pulling a bit of a miracle out of a hat. Somehow they're still functioning even with 50% drops in revenue. And oil and gas is their main money maker. That's how they make their GDP. So how can they withstand it? 46% said they simply can't withstand it much longer. It's a house of cards. It's about to crumble. 32% said with foreign financial support, they will pull through. And 15% said it's really not that bad, and Russia still has some margin left. So, I don't know, like, they got to have a lot of money for the military. That's pretty much where most of their budget's being routed to right now, is the military forces and buying things and all types of deals like that. So most of the money heading to the military. The people that are getting hurt by this is not the Russian government. It's not the war in Ukraine. It's the people of Russia that are paying the price for this tremendously. So it's not really a question of whether Russia can withstand the losses. It's a question of whether or not the Russian civilians, the average everyday Joe Blows, can actually withstand this. That's the real question. So I'm going to say that they might be able to hold through with foreign financial support to keep their basic civil systems running in the country, but I don't know how much that's going to hold up, because China is probably subsidizing a hell of a lot of Russia's economy at this point. So I've heard speculation in the street that maybe Russia's going to form a gang called the Broke Boys Gang, because I think they're part of it. But enforcer, what say you?
Man, you know, they come out, man, and they're dressed up in rags, but they ain't Versace rags. like they're just legit rags.
Broke Boys Gang represent Privet.
Man, they come out and they go, oh, wow, is that new modern, like, grunge urban style? No, we're literally just dirt-ass poor. This is the best we got. Like, it's like,
man,
it's like, damn, they keeping it real. But I would have to say that, in my opinion, I would have to be with the 46%. They cannot last much longer. They might be able to last about another year, maybe just a little bit over that. But generally, the Russian economy has basically run its course. It really can't keep going much longer. So in my honest opinion, I'd be with the 46%. I don't think they'll be able to hang in here much longer. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, at least in my opinion. And it is time for us folks to move on and right into the questions. Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping back into our Super Chat questions proper, it's time to give shout-outs to all of our Super Chatters, our live chatters, and Morse code decoders. Jumping into our next one here, this one goes to Jason, disciple of Jesus, who puts in a 50. And thank you very much, Jason, for that support. He said, I wish this could be more today. Y'all are awesome. And thank you, Jason. He said, had me dying laughing with the Goo Goo Gaga Lebanon's terrorist states little quote.
Well, I think so true support. Jason, I think you're really appreciating our sense of humor around here. Because, you know, like, sometimes people get me a little bit aggravated with how obvious things have been for years. and then they act like it's a new revelation, like that was yesterday. I'm glad that you got a kick out of that, though, because I try and make it a little bit comedic, although I also try and get my frustration through at the same time to make it clear that while we can crack a joke on it, it also is pretty annoying that we even have to talk about it. But still, humongous thanks to you so much once again, and I hope that has addressed it incredibly well, Jason, and I thank you massively for being a part of this Leaf Spring Army, and also supporting the channel and helping us to keep this thing running, so we can cover this news day in and day out. Like right now, we have currently 12,000 people here nearly, and 113,000 people have watched this stream in 2 hours. That's a lot of people. I mean, that's a lot of them, I'd have to say. And I gotta thank you for being one of those people, and being one of the few that supports the channel, because the few that support this channel help to make the channel free and watchable for millions of people a month, and help us to be able to do our jobs. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed it incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, so jumping into our next super chat here. This one's going to go to none other than Mark Ead, who throws in his second support of the night. And thank you very much, good sir Mark, for throwing in a combined total of a $100 support. And we appreciate that, all the way from New Zealand. He said, Costco chicken and filter fun. Grab one from the chat, gentlemen. LSA, New Zealand, and the South.
And a big shout out to Mark Ead once again. A huge shout out to New Zealand in the South. A great country. A wonderful country, Kathleen. And I gotta say that it's a wonderful thing to know that folks like you, Mark Ead, are a part of the Leaf Spring Army and are from the South Island of New Zealand.
Wait a minute. You know something I just thought about? Have you ever thought about the name New Zealand? Have you ever thought about that?
Yeah, where's the old Zealand?
No, I'm a little bit concerned here. Could it be that this is telling prophecy here? Could it be that that's the case? Because if this is New Zealand, could this be where the Russians are going to flee after they lose the war to Zealand?
Oh my God! Wait a minute.
New Zealand? Get it? New Zealand?
I get it. I get it.
It's the media. It's the media. They're trying to convince you. They're trying to put you down. It's the media.
Hold up. I know what you're trying to do. Let me channel their spirit.
The liberal media, they're lying to you. They're lying to you. They don't want you to know this, but the Russians, the Russians, they're gonna flee down to New Zealand. New Zealand, they got the Illuminati. They're in New Zealand.
But beyond that,
I'm sure the Russians will love New Zealand. By the way, I mean they would love to flee somewhere. I mean New Zealand's a nice place. Mark Ead knows it's a nice joint down there in New Zealand. The Russians might want to go there. You never know. I have a feeling though New Zealand might not want them.
I have a feeling they might not want them. But let's take a little look right here at this lake. Hukaki, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Holy moly!
Oh wow, look at that lake. That's nice. That's a nice lake.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful right there. You know, folks, we actually tried to make it to a lake today. Matthew, do you think that would be an OPSEC issue if I told them?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Yeah.
We don't make it a regular schedule, so it's safe to say.
Yeah, you know, it's not a part of our routine surveillance patterns or anything like that, so let me bring y'all here. Let me bring y'all here to this place. So, today, folks, we went on to the Bell Canyon Trailhead, or Bell Canyon Preservation Trailhead. It didn't look like this, it's winter, but let me see here if I can show y'all a picture of the trail where we were at and on it. Man, it's so beautiful out here. All the pictures are really something. But let me see if let's see here. Oh, right here. Maybe this is kind of close to where we were. Yeah, this was just about where yeah, this is exactly where we were, right here. This was where we were at today. We wandered up this hill. This looks very different back in the day, as a matter of fact. That wasn't there. None of the... Wow, they've really changed this place up, Matthew, since 2017. I mean, holy moly, look at that. That used to be...
They've added a lot of houses.
Man, that's where the parking lot was, right there.
Interesting. So they've really added a lot to it. They gave us a lot more to work with.
Yeah, that was like some sort of like a business or something like that. But anyways, we went up here today. Our plan was to make it down here to this lake. We didn't get to make it to it. We only made it halfway, and then we had to turn around because it was already like 4:30 or so. So sadly we didn't get to make it to the lake. But if we had, this is the view that we would have had right here. Look at that. It's beautiful here.
Oh, that's a nice view.
Oh, buddy, that is a real nice view. Look at this, folks. Look at this. Look at this. Isn't it beautiful? This is beautiful. Look at the little ducks. They got ducks in couples because, you know, they're like that. They're cool like that. They're chill like that. It's just such a cool looking place, and I wish we had been able to make it to this lake today. I bet it would have been really cool, and it would have made for some really good pictures. But sadly, we didn't get to make it to the lake. So we just had to settle with making it mostly down the trail and then turning around and going back. it was still sick, I do have to say. And so that was something that we did today. I mean, that was also equally breathtaking, a lot like New Zealand. And I gotta tell y'all, folks, every